Good morning, everybody. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first Hanshan. Get up, get up, get up. Go and turn your stream on. In very famous words, not written by me. Okay, awesome. Audio is working. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're here for the World Riichi League finals. It's me, it's Sweezo. Oh my God. And you know who I'm joined by? My neighbor up north, who is also just an absolute expert on European WRL players. I'm sure Justice B. Tibbs.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this early morning, or honestly, if you're in the region of our players, perfectly fine weekend afternoon World Riichi League finals.
I mean, if they're anything like at least the American players I know, they just woke up too, so it works out.
That is a fair point.
Yeah, bear with us all. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties on this fine morning. The semifinals did start. Those are underway. We're having a bit of an issue with spectating the matches. Hoping to get them resolved soon. We'll see. We'll keep you updated. But I guess first, that gives us a great time to talk about the format of today and the players that we'll be seeing. Format wise, and let me assuming it's the same as the USA one. Let me pull up that info. We're going to be doing 2 Hanshan sets, I believe. Let me reference what I have. Okay, so there are technical difficulties. We have confirmed with the Run people, and they are working on it too. So hopefully we'll have a match in front of you sooner rather than later. But what we're going to be seeing in our semifinals and finals that we're going to be streaming today. Oh,
I think we've resolved the issue. You have to log in.
Still
you don't have. Maybe log in with a new Run 2.jp account. All right. So log in from Run2.jp first.
Okay, so
we'll solve it,
going back to format while we're still troubleshooting. Again, we have 2 games, 2 game sets. What does a set mean? It means these players are going to fight each other twice. It's going to be the same 4 players on the same table, and they're going to play 2 games. UMA bonus after each game. I believe 15-5 static, nothing crazy. WRC rules, and the top 2 players from within each group, so the players who place first and second, are going to move on to the finals. What I'm not sure about are tiebreakers. Is it likely to happen? No. Should we know what happens if it happens? Probably. I'm assuming it's if one of them got a first, then that would be the tiebreaker. Although most of the time, when you have a tie, especially in a set, the 2 players get the same placements. So then my best guess would be it will most likely be whoever had a better score going into the finals, like whoever scored better for the season. To be confirmed later. Not exactly 100% sure. But we'll assume that's it for now. But yeah, we got 8 very cool European players who I totally know, each and every one personally. I've totally not just only seen these names. First thing, if we want to have a fun time while we're troubleshooting, I can try and pronounce all of them. and also get the flags right. Its own struggle. So, oh, we're almost done troubleshooting. Okay, so almost done troubleshooting. We're working through it. So now let's go through some of these players we're going to be seeing today. We have Valentin Courtois. Courtois. Yes,
Yeah.
from France. You should do the French ones because
We've also got Jérémy Pierre de Marjorie. We've got Minea Petraru, and we've got
Romania.
That's right, and we've got Aleksander Orlikowski
From Poland.
We've also got Alexandre Doriac, again a French player. Wow, we got 3 French players making the semifinals here. We have Anna Zubenko from Ukraine. We've got Arnaud Renard
from Belgium.
Oh yes, that's right. It's a flag quiz here. And last but not least, we've got Christian Gobel
from the Netherlands.
That's right.
And believe me, I do not know emoji flags well enough. When you hover over them, it gives you 2 letters to hint. And that is
True.
a blessing not in disguise. I will tell you that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so a kind of varied list. France has 3 players that have made it to the semifinals, but really kind of a wide spread of different people. So this is going to be very exciting. I know the one name I do recognize is Anna Zubenko. I believe she made it to either the semifinals or finals of Vienna in 2022, and probably more placements than that. I'm sure at least one of the other players on this list has also made it very far in the WRC tournament. That's just the one that I remember off the top of my head.
Mm.
And it sounds like we're going to start. Now, bear with it. We are going to get the match in front of you. Just know it's gonna be a little rough around the edges. We're working on it. We're working at it.
Literally.
Just be ready. But don't even worry. Yeah, we're gonna be adding the info, but we got the game. We got the game. Problem number 2 of the game is whose name is what.
I think problem number 2 of the game is the third Homba for all these players. Although it looks like our current dealer here, Kiri Kizan, doesn't
I have no idea who Kiri Kizan
have many of the points to themselves. Looks like the Homba were granted to them from a no-10 draw.
Probably from Olsen, maybe even transferred twice with how long the game has gone on. It's only been 17 minutes, so it wouldn't surprise me if Mordora got a Homba and then passed it on to Olsen, who then got a small hand and then passed it on.
Yeah, this is a 30,000 point start. 2,000 of those sticks are locked away in the bonus pot right now. No red 5s, so we are looking at a big deal this hand. 2,900 bonus points. Our players are going to be fighting for it big time.
Sprinkled in the middle. That is a lot of points. We also have updated info. Olsen. I actually don't know Olsen. But I know that metal is going to be Gobel from the Netherlands, and Kiri Kizan is going to be Renard from Belgium. I have no idea on the other people. I do not know Mordora or Olsen. But I'm sure hopefully we'll get some info on that in a minute. Right now, it's kind of a dogfight. These players are definitely trying to play efficient, lock up these points in the middle. But really, it looks like, I believe that's Gobel on the left has the best odds. Has that Itsu almost confirmed. Also has the East to play as a pair, even though the hand would be a little bit slower. Going to struggle to get that 1-4 mom. We may even see the 8-so or 9-so cut, and we do. See a little bit of Sakigiri, decides to not keep the 8-so try, which has more tiles to pair up, decides to play the safer 9-so in case somebody reaches like so. Well, the problem is this is the one player the 9-so is not exactly safe with. We're going to see the Cheetah Tempai on the 1-4. And now the question is, how do we respond? It looks like Mordora is going to lean towards folding. Olsen, debating on the push, is going to play one pin, play a little bit passive, gets the 1-4, doesn't like the 3-mon check. Definitely a scary tile versus this pond. Question is, can we get around it?
Yeah, very solid evasion here from our players. The 9 Pandora is something else, but I'm sure everybody wants all the bonus points in the middle. It's just a matter of how deeply they're going to risk dealing in, especially to a dealer Riichi here. Ooh.
I mean,
stuck in between a rock and a hard place now.
Yeah, this late in the rounds, players might decide what they want to do is kind of just back away and hope that it goes to Ryukoku. Oh, and this would be interesting.
Yeah, we have middle
we can drop
Suji.
4-mon Nakasuji, yeah.
It's not completely safe. That's why there's a huge thing here from Metal.
I think debating on just playing K10 and dropping an East too, which I also think is pretty reasonable with only a few draws. But I don't hate the 4-mon. You're not free 10 on it. The Nakasuji should be fairly safe. Should be a cheaper deal in on average. The 5 or the 2 is definitely too ambitious, but 4-mon or even just the East for K10 because you're guessing nobody's going to check 2 5-mon anyway.
Well, we will see. I'm not sure what the timer settings are for this tournament.
Yep, hopefully we didn't pause out. Remember the scores because we might have.
The game is just too tight right now. So much suspense. Even the stream is having it.
Yep, and it looks like this is going to be a spectator glitch, so bear with it. Oh.
We do hear cheese in the background.
We hear cheese and pawns, so this is probably going to be in the Hote. I'm assuming no one's dealt in. Yeah, so unfortunately, spectator data is paused right now. Hopefully that'll get moving again. We might have to refresh the page or go back on it. One of the things that you don't see is how finicky sometimes a lot of the stream work and the spectator links and everything can be. You would think they just work, but newsflash, they don't. Sometimes you gotta do a bit of finagling, which now that I'm thinking about it is probably a uniquely American English word. But you gotta tinker with it, right?
You put that one in the spelling bee.
Oh, I failed 10 out of 10 times. I think if you gave me 10 chances, I don't think I get it right. But yes, European semifinal for WRLs. I'm assuming it went to Ryukoku. I didn't hear the Ron noise. So we'll see. Although with that pull now, it must be in new hands. Unsure of who the dealer is. Hopefully our lovely stream manager, Jen, is fixing the issue, doing all the troubleshooting as we speak, trying to refresh the Tenho page, maybe tabbing back over it. Again, very finicky. I get it. Whoa, there we go. Oh, it was moving for a second there. Now we've refreshed, we've double checked. Okay. Now it looks like we are back in action. Hopefully that translates to the stream. There we go. Early dealer Riichi. So it looks like Olsen won that hand with a Riichi from our dealer Metal, who is Renard, I think. I should really paste these. Or Gobel is Metal.
Yeah, big win for Kiri Kizan there on the previous hand.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Renard, 3 keys on a cross, got a nice little bonus. Maybe it came out with some points. Although Goebel, our dealer on the left, definitely got a nice little pickup with that hand in East 4. And while it seems like Olsen has the advantage, definitely scores still pretty close. No one really breaking away, especially if Olsen has to eat an Oyakabari. In the South round, the scores are going to be pretty much tied up. We'll have to see what Goebel is going to make of this hand. We are going to see the Hatsu call. So it looks like we're going to opt to play it aggressive. We also see the 2 1-pin cut. Not the best for efficiency. The 7P would normally be it, but I was going to say we want to play that 5-pin Dora. We could also see an aggressive Honitsu shift. I don't know how a lot of the European players or global players that imagine with this 5-pin we'll put 6-pin, yep, and take our Tenpai. But I know a lot of the American players will normally go for some more aggressive Honitsus than typically other players in the world might go for.
Oh, it's to switch the weight off of the single 4-so. Now becomes 4-so and 7-so.
Yes.
Cheating on 9-so. It was a very fortuitous draw for Goebel Metal there, getting the Dora and getting some of those points back from Kirikizan or Renard.
Yep.
As we continue Goebel's round as dealer.
Yeah, now if Mordora is able to get a good sumo, the game's just about evened up. Definitely those points from Goebel are going to help even this board, and we may even see another repeat. This hand's not exactly as strong as the last one, but everybody else kind of has these awkward hands to play. Medora, who's in front of us, has 2 Dora, but is probably going to be looking towards an open Tanya to lock him in. Olsen's hand, very slow, just has a lot of shaping up to do, and even across Renard's hand is going to take some time. Really, the only fast route would be like a Junshan, but it's still very awkward to play. Bear with us. It looks like the spectator might have frozen again. Oh, there we go. Now it's moving. And yeah, not much changed. It looks like across, Renard was able to get 2 Hatsus, and the 7/8s get things working. And we see another bit of a slow. There we go. There we go. That'll do it.
Air number 5 across the table for Goebel. I wonder if 7 pairs is the play. It's kind of close to an outside hand as well. We haven't seen a green dragon, so that might come out. That might come out at some point.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Then we will get a decision. Yeah, 5-pin is not being called. And
yeah,
there we go. We're back to 5 pairs. Yeah, but it's a little bit of a back and forth because Goebel across the table had discarded the 8-pin at first.
It's true. Or no, that's Renard, I think, across the table. Yes,
well,
Renard,
that's right. Kirikizan
yes.
Across the table, Renard.
But I mean, again,
unlucky.
the 8-pin, a little bit of backfire, same with the 3-pin. But the other thing is the Chitui Tenpais are phenomenal. The 9-mon protected by 3 8-mons is going to be a high win rate, even with one about to come out here from Olsen. Even the 9-pin with 3 8-pins out might trip some people up. And still has that normal hands that they're playing in the background, although Problem is, it looks like Goebel in the pilot seat is going to try and make a statement. One Dora, a Tanyao looking to play. Gonna throw the 7-pin back, keep this Ishan 10.
Does not like the 5-8 pin shape here.
Ooh, and Dama 10 on Tuso. Doesn't like the Riichi Nomi. Also playing a bit cautious. Makes sense. Riichi. Okay,
Tuso comes out, no value, no Yaku, so Olsen cannot take that down.
Yeah, and we're gonna do a bit of switching. I mean, definitely an ambitious Riichi from Renard. The Hellweight, I don't know if people will buy it with the late 8-pin Tadashi. That's my only hesitancy on this Riichi. It's ambitious. There's only one left in the wall, so it can be buried. It's tough. But this does look to be a passive table. We have a lot of Homba, a lot of folding out. So maybe that is also Renard's read. Oh, if I Riichi, people are going to back away, and I'm going to get 3K, which is probably better than what I'm getting winning the hand. Oh, nope. But knows we're going to drop the last one into the wall. So that goes out the window. Riichi, Chitoy.
Beautiful drawing.
Machine broken today.
Not quite. No Ura. All right, we have all of the load ups here. We've got on our WRC Vienna player from Ukraine.
Yep.
In the current dealer seat, and we have one of the Alexanders. Looks like from Poland. Yeah.
Polish Alexander. Okay. Oh wow. So that means three of the French players are on the other table.
Oh.
That's the lady luck. The team of chance, yeah. Ooh. Very tough, very tough. Okay. Well, now that we are able to see the hand, and on the pilot seat, I'm definitely not the biggest fan of Anna's hand. It's just a little too slow for dealer. It's going to need to shape it up. And the problem is you can play the Dora suit Shinitsu, which is aggressive and will slow people down, but you're going to struggle to get tiles for it. And like on the right, Alexander is already like a good Ishan 10. Now Tempai is just going to slam the Riichi on West and Iso. A very high win rate Riichi. Pretty much whoever draws the West is almost expected to deal it out.
Well, maybe the half flush will make them think twice a bit. Although, to be fair, Anna's dealer hand doesn't look that much like a half flush.
Yeah, so not right now. You would have to drop the 8, 5, 6 mon.
Yes.
And the problem is Anna's going to throw the tune. She's going to throw the south. Like, there's going to be a lot that comes out before we start getting this flush shape. And we don't even really have toy calls. So it's just about what we get from Christian to the left.
In the meantime, hopefully Dora is cleared from Alexander on the right here. So players know Dora is safe. We're going all in. The full flush is happening. And the 8-mon discarded even before it was Tempai. We got the 5-mon. We got the 4-mon. At least the 4-mon safe. 6-mon is now cleared as well.
Yeah, great news for Anna. Tempais right now are going to be the 4-pin, 8-pin call as well as the 2-pin Chi. But Iso comes out. We play the aggressive Tanyao, the Reach Dora. No extra points. 2,600 plus the stick to Alexander. And really trying to be aggressive and kind of separate themselves for this game. Although again, this does not seem to be the South round of dealer high pies. Not the worst, but definitely far from the best. A lot of chunk that we need to get out across our nods. Kind of much of the same, bit of the junk, and to our left, Christian. Maybe a bit more going with the South paired up. We might be able to call Yaku high. But we're going to pass. We want the Riichi value. We want to threat the rest of the players on the board, which I mean, I don't know about your read tips, but it seems to be working well.
Yeah, out come the Doras.
The trading of queens.
Goebel discarding one right at the very beginning. And later on, Arnaud and Alexander discarding them in almost tandem. One more left in the wall, but I don't think you can do much with it at this point. as an honor tile, it needs some friends or 13 orphans, but that's also off the table at this point.
I mean, that door doesn't matter in that hand, right?
That's true.
One of my biggest things that I am a firm believer of in Akanashi is that, especially off dealer seat, you should almost never drop Dora Yaku high. Almost ever. Even Dora Kaze high. It's not even worth checking the board. And then if you're down, then you wanna play value, right? And how do you play value in Akanashi? You play it with Dora.
Well, it looks like these players have used the space created by Christian in the first Dora discard to get Tenpai, and Christian rightfully has made the most of it into Tenpai. Across the table, we've got Arnaud on a full flush. No Dora, no other Yaku. Looks like it was almost
but that's a Mongon. And again, with four Dora out, you know that this Riichi hand has probably got to be cheap. So now you've been given the space to push this aggressive Chinitsu.
You never know. I mean, Christian almost made the mixed sequences, the Sanshoku here. Sometimes
it's true, but
to be fair, Dora is most of the value. This deals in twice, but I believe head bump is but
we'll pull the last 6, and that'll be a clean Shinitsu. And now Arnaud kind of running away with this.
What?
A ton of points, still has the dealership and a good high pie to show for it as well.
What a draw for Arnaud there. We saw Alexander pulling one of the only winning tiles. Obviously, it was a single tile weight, a pure weight, so there weren't many to begin with. But right after Alexander pulls one, Arnaud also pulls one. Arnaud's been pulling all the big tiles here. It seems like the single last 9 pin and now the single 6-mon, I believe. You got to have some
I think there might have been
hot hands. That's true. One of 2.
That's what decides these players in the finals versus other good players in the region. It's drawing like that. That's what I'm learning the more I play.
Whenever that's your day.
Most important skill. Yeah. It's just always their day. Some people just they're able to draw the tiles they need from the wall. That's a skill. Don't let anyone tell you it's not.
Arnaud now putting on a big bluff show, big smoke show in South 3 on his dealer turn, trying to get these players to stop moving forward. On the left, Christian in last place, not flinching, going right ahead with this half flush. It's got a Yaku high. It's got a red dragon there for a little bit extra. 3 Han.
It's only 3 Han. You're going to struggle to get that 40 Fu upgrade. The other problem is you don't really have a route to Mongon after you pawn that 9. You don't have the Itsu. The Chanta is really clumsy. And you don't even really have a Toy. Although we are going to play it like we're going to have Toy shifts. Again, very hard to get with a lot of those central tiles.
Yeah, on the right, Alexander's hand also looks a little unwieldy, but it is one away from Tenpai as well. On South, maybe with Adora, if Alexander can get luckier. Here's the single East weight. We might get it.
I think it's a little bit of a misplay from Christian. If you discard the 5-so there, you have the 3-so and the 4-so to help the Toy route build a little bit more value. And you're still on the East weight right now, so it's not like you're sacrificing the weight. You have like an E-Peiko shift
right
on the 4 to get that extra bit of value, but
Actually, Arnaud made it to Tempai, and that's what lured him into dealing in
I know I
there.
had it wrong. It was the ESO. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Misread the hand numbers. But yeah,
Arnaud ended up getting that. All triplets weight, but the extra east, as foretold, deals in. So now, Christian with the final dealer turn of the round, up into third place. Mangan puts him into second place. Mangan direct hit on Arnaud would put him into first place. Anna here has been
name of the game
mostly
French.
quiet, yeah.
Yeah, Anna's gonna really struggle. Anna is gonna need like probably just a Mangan or Haneman sumo. Really try and just get a decent third out of this, and that's their best case scenario. Christian just wants Renchan. Christian wants to repeat. Wants to make sure Arnaud does not finish this hand and this.
I don't know. Here's Dora. Okay, you're right. Christian only looking for the repeat. Dora a little too unwieldy here.
Yeah, as dealer, it makes a little bit more sense. But the problem is you gotta make sure Arnaud gets scared. Like if Arnaud knows all the dealers out, nobody has value until somebody reaches. Arnaud's full steam ahead. And if we're calling out high, odds are we're already ahead.
This is kind of nice, but it's also a bit of a tough break for Anna, who we're looking at right now in the South seat, because is this going to lock her as Yakulis? No value. A 1 Han, even sumo, reach sumo. 2 Han will not be enough to even take third place. So gonna have to rely on Uradora here, it looks like. Can't rely on red 5s to bail you out here.
Well, but there's our value. We could cut 1-2.
Yeah,
so
that's not bad.
Yes, and we do see the 1-2 cut, especially when you want the value. The plan right now is Dora Tanki. We get the green dragon. We wait on it. So we just keep our nice efficient shapes, and then we hit a Riichi on the Tanki, hope things work out. But again, the problem is Arnaud across the table. A little bit scary. We are going to see Tempai from Christian.
Yeah, with Christian's Riichi here, this could be manga. We've got Tanya, we've got Riichi, we've got Twin Sequence, Ipeiko. Really just needs one Ura or sumo.
Wow. And Arnaud across doesn't take Tempai there. Doesn't want to check the Nakasuji 4-pin with the 7-pin being the Riichi tile. But drops the 4. That's a little bit interesting. There will be some times where players will have the 1-3-5-7 shape cut from one side and then Riichi on the more inside side. So recognizes that Nakasuji trap and doesn't want to check the 4. But the 4-so only being half Suji is also pretty scary, honestly.
Yeah, in another world, these 4-so pair that are Christian's just pair right now are actually a triplet weight, like a shampon, and 4-so deals in, but not in this world. And so Arnaud escapes and continues forward. Of course, Anna's in big trouble now. After discarding Dora, this extra 3-pin could be the devil's.
I think Anna's gonna fold out. Like you don't get your Gyakuten here. There's a guaranteed second hands that will be played.
She has moved to an inside hand at Tanya. And with the extra Riichi on the table, you can overtake with 2 Han.
That's true.
This might save her.
Again, right? Like it's a lot of risk to push some of these tiles, and you're playing another hand. So if you can get to K10, everything's great. But I think
big con
there may not be worth it.
Dora 5-so is here. That's actually would be huge for Arnaud, but he's already gone from the hand. He's already folded it out.
Yeah, Arnaud's fold out. And that con, while it seems kind of nice, the problem is that it just kind of prevents you, or it keeps you from not having to check the 6-pin, which is a dangerous tile. But the draw from the wall doesn't actually get you more draws. It even kind of is a little bit scarier because now dealer Christian had Haite, but everything missed. Anna would have missed her Tempai most likely anyway. Doesn't get the
if Anna had gotten Tempai there, that could have been a chance to even win. And as you mentioned, Christian dealer has Haite. but also Hote on if it discards and deals in, and that would be huge for Anna getting a
Yeah, but the 4
third
pin, it
place
would have
easy there.
been, I think it would have just been Tanya Dora Hote, the 5200. Not terrible, but not the best. Especially in a
Yeah.
2-game set. It's very close. You would,
But I think really the best chance for Anna here is the third place. Second place might be a little more reasonable, but this hand isn't the greatest to do it with.
yeah. I mean, build your value, see what you can do. We might even see a Chitoy from Anna.
The shortcut to Hanuman. No Dora in the hand so far, though.
That's what we're doing. We're already pushing propaganda. Actually, for European times, this is fine. It's late enough in the morning to push the Chitoy propaganda.
Anna's on 4 pairs right now. A chance of mixed triples, but mixed triple sequence or Sanchoku, but all the pairs are inside that 7s, 8s, and 9s, so it would be very slow for Anna to morph her hand down that route for value.
Yeah, I mean, a Riichi's, I guess Sanchoku Pinfu isn't even realistic for Anna.
Yeah, it looks like Christian can hit big here. Currently only Tanya so far, but definitely room for more Yaku. That's Tempai. Okay, he's going to go with only Tanya, but a huge weight.
I was wondering if we would see a Tuso throw Domaten on the 5-pin, because we have a Sanchoku on 6-0 draw, which would be kind of interesting. But just decides, you know what, I'm dealer, I want to be aggressive, I want to take win rate, so we're just going to Riichi on this nice 5, 6, 8-pin weight, take our Renshan, rack it up, get a little bit closer to scaring Alexander.
There's a few chances for 3 Uradora here, and that would be massive. Reach, Tanya, Sumo, Dora 3. That's a Hanuman.
Oh, there's that 6. That's okay. 5-pin's a bad weight. We don't want a 5-pin. Just 5 pins a bit rough.
This is actually a pretty solid draw for Alexander, though. He will use it quite nicely one away.
I'm curious to see if we get a Riichi if, like, say, 1 pin is drawn, and we need to Riichi for Tempai. Normally, you might want to Domaten here just to secure the placement, fold out on anything scary to dealer, so you don't swap placements. But I mean, ending the game, especially when you have the 5-8 Monway, it looks decent in the wall.
I'm playing very safely here. Let's see just how many Uradora show up. Only one, but that's still enough for second place. I mean, every Uradora is huge there. 1 gets you to the Mangan line, and 3 gets you to the Hanuman line.
Also, just want to point out the Harrison cut got Hanuman there. if we waited for the Sanshoku, we did Sumo the 5-pin.
Dang.
I hate this position from Christian whenever I have to play games, and you're just a little bit down or maybe even a little bit up as dealer against somebody else in all last, because the problem is in any sumo you're going to lose out to your competition, to Arnaud. Right now you're 100 down, so you still need to win 1 hand. You're kind of playing the same game, but if you get a small win here, then like a lot of sumos are still going to put you under. So there's this really tricky position of, do I fold out and hope that I can maintain my lead? Do I hope somebody else deals in? Does it look like people are going to try that? Do I try and go for another win to increase the gap so then I can fold out the hand after? It gets really sticky a lot of the time here.
Yep. Normally, the last dealer has such a big advantage, being able to stop as soon as they're winning, but that is exactly the kind of advantage that competitive mahjong seeks to unfairly remove. Or rather, it's the unfair advantage that competitive mahjong rule sets seek to remove. So, last dealer, Christian, just like all the other dealers, has to balance actually having their lead, even if they win, so that they can pass it on safely. Mm-hmm. Usually you lose a few points when you pass on your dealer turn. But with only a 100-point gap here, I think Christian will have a reasonable lead if they win.
On the right, really interestingly, Alexander decides to throw the Hakus. I guess trying to go towards a Pinfu for value. I was thinking we play the West and the
The
Whites, and we might
problem
try
the
to go
problem
to
is
back to a
Alexander is
1v2.
the West player, so
But
that
yeah,
the Pinfu does not work.
I mean, the idea is you draw a 9-mon pair or something else. Ooh, don't like that. I think we need to
Yeah,
try to fish the 9-mon for a Pinfu, get a little bit
I mean
more
that's a
value. We want that
huge
Reach Pinfu
Dora though.
Sumodora. As we see Tenpai on 4, so with just Tanyao Dora 1, with the 2 Homba by dealer, that would be 35. It would help that gap. That would actually get us out of K10 payments in a lot of
Mm,
situations. And that's why we see some aggressive play across from Arnaud. Really wants to finish this up, does not want to let Christian get that extra space. Here we might see Haku and then maybe even West-West get towards
yeah,
that Tanyao Pinfudora.
little chance of Furitan, but I guess we'll have to ignore that as the dealer pulls in Forso, taking the lead. As you mentioned,
Yes.
over 4,000 points ahead. So
Yes, with the sumo,
no 10 at
so
draw.
huge.
Yep.
Yeah, now can just fold out. I think typically the strategy here for Christian is you try to build a Dama Pinfu, and you essentially you have that option to shut down a hand that looks scary that might pass you,
Right.
and then otherwise you pretty much just go full steam ahead and try and get it to draw and build in some safe tiles like the North pair, that would allow you to safely fold in most situations. So Christian looks very reasonable to be able to finish out this game. The question is, can anybody else threaten? Anna actually finally has something going on. We have a lot of Toitsu here.
Yeah, I
I'd
think in her
imagine green or south comes out. Nope, we'll see the ISO to start.
point position, we might be looking at Yakuman attempts here. 4 concealed
Yeah,
triplets. Suanko is in the table.
I mean, even just a San, Anko, Toy Tanya would be huge points. Where 2 Gen Shanten, as it's called right now, which is 2 Shanten from the big one. Obviously, we have some Chitoy outs and some other things. We also see some very aggressive cuts from Anna. Definitely all in on possibly that Chitoy route, but I'd imagine we want that Sanako Toy Toy. Something with a bit more oomph to it. We also see on the right, Alexander trying to build something up, a Riichi with Dora 3, going to be playing efficient. And now we are 1 Gen Shanten. Hold
Looks like we're
on.
going to have a huge explosive match here. Explosive hand in South 4. We're ending with a
there
bang.
yet. Where the problem is, this is the hardest Shanten to get. The 1 Gen Shanten.
Yeah, I mean,
Shanten.
even without the Yakuman, Alexander has Dora 3 over there on the right. That's a big upsetter. The legendary Sanzo is here to play.
I was going to say we could have seen 7-pin there. That would have been really interesting because then you build an Adama Ipeiko Ron on 7-so, so you could potentially catch Christian off, who might just throw the 7-so, not think it's dangerous, and all of a sudden, blam, swap placements with them. That would be a huge, huge swing.
Yep. But I think Alexander, because the dealer is in the lead, looking for that
efficiency,
big sumo, big Haneman sumo to overtake the dealer. And here we are, Tenpai for Anna, trying to clutch it out at the end.
Yep.
3 tiles in the wall? No,
one tile in the wall. We got 6-pin pair from our dealer, Christian, who I cannot imagine is going to throw a 6-pin.
I don't know.
We need to see every 7-pin out. And we have the Norse to fold. We're going to play as safe as possible. This is a perfect situation for us. We want to be able to fold out, and we have just been given an excuse to fold out and have everybody else fold out. And even right now, everybody else would need to be Tenpai, I believe, for Christian. No, even if everybody else was Tenpai.
Yes, Christian's would okay, win. Even with Tenpai.
So this is perfect situation.
It's only a matter of the 1 tile in the wall.
Yep.
Because it does look like our other two players are folding here.
There's the last
Tough
7.
break for
And
Anna,
this
so
is
it's
going
not
to
going to
be
be Yakuman.
no Riichi. Doesn't want to take the 5-pin chance. I'd imagine you just got to slam it and pray here.
Yeah, it's a tough spot.
It wouldn't have come out. So saves the point stick. A little bit more points for Alexander. But Cristiano afforded by Anna with the Yakuman attempt. The first place Arnaud, a great second going into the semifinals. Definitely a huge advantage. It looks like Alexander has a little bit more breathing room. Only has about an 8K with UMA gaps on Arnaud, and even kind of Christian, although there's 2 UMA gaps for that. And Anna is probably gonna need a first for this last game. Definitely between a rock and a hard place in order to make the finals.
What a crazy ending. Door 3 on one side, Yakuman chance on the other side. Dealer kind of flirting with Tenpai, but deciding not to go for it. That's too unsafe.
Again,
Makes the wise decision.
Masterfully played. Builds in that Pinfu, that Peiko. Okay, I'll take a sneaky Ron if I want to shut something down, but otherwise, I'm out. Give me a reason to. I'm folding. I can afford the K10 payments and still get my first, and I'd rather scare everybody else.
Yeah,
Although
a lot
funny
of
enough,
players,
that Yakuman would have swapped up the entire
for sure. A lot of players did draw their 1 tile that game, 1 or 2 tiles on their pair weight. Unfortunately, for Anna, she was not one of them, and so game 1 ends with a draw. A very scary hand, but it ends in a draw. Congratulations.
Yeah, these players are very defensive. They're very definitely. I think if the players are reading correctly, they're going to see this is a very, very strong defensive table. The problem is, what do you do on strong defensive tables? And honestly, I don't know. I think you just take your wide weights and kind of pray that it works.
All right.
But very tough. But we have the other semifinal game, which is very different. Oh my goodness. Did someone hit Yakuman on this one?
I think these names are a little easier to read. Obviously, we can see our professionals going by their names here. We have Jeremy and we have Val, who is Valentin, both from France. Our other 2 players, Mopel and Titulus,
are going to
we will have to figure it out.
Mini, I believe is how you say it, our Romanian, our current Romanian representative, and then who else? And then that would be the French Alexander.
Yes, Alexander.
Okay, my guess is Mopel is our Romanian representative, Minia. Am I positive? Absolutely not. But that's my guess. We're going to see a K10 play from dealer Titulus.
Well, this has a
actually,
9 mon. Yeah, 9 mon mixed triples. Sunshoku.
There are 2 9s out, but 2 left in the wall. We do see a Chitoy Tenpai.
Switch.
Yeah, we want that East. We see that it's locked up and not coming out anytime soon.
Yeah, I think East is a pretty scary tile.
So our dealer C, I had it backwards. If Harrison was a gambling man, he would be wrong. So it seems like yes, Minia, our Romanian representative, is in dealer on the Sunshoku. And then Mopel is going to be the French Alexander. Is Alexander or Alexandre?
Alexandre. But you can just go with Alexander if.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. My French is not proficient enough.
Yeah, actually, here the 8-pin Chi on the left, Alexandra does not want the win. Actually, cheat instead of roning. Not enough value. Only 1,000.
I actually really like that play. It is kind of late, so it's a bit tough. We also have to drop that Dora that we don't really want to drop. So really, really just wants to lock down and make a gap. And again, like right now, it's pretty much whether Minia and Alexander can catch up to Valentine, because Jeremy is in Narnia. Jeremy is at the table, but not a consideration on the table.
73,000.
Yeah,
we're in South too, and there's no bust, so I mean anything can happen. But Jeremy actually has one of the dealer turns left. So
yeah, this is
the last chance for Minea here.
This is going to be an interesting way to see how Jeremy is going to play. It looks like all players are going to be no 10. The only one who had a chance was Valentine, but correctly identifies East being scary and Hatsu being scary, especially with that Forso cut from Alexander. So folds out.
We had so many players tempai. We even had a potential win that game, but it really is only South 2. I wonder if it was worth passing a win. Because Alexander didn't even have the Dora in his hand at that time. He drew the Dora later when he passed the win.
I think with a 2-game set and you having a dealership left, I think it's okay to take it. If you didn't have a dealership,
yeah,
I think I 100% agree with Alexander. You need points. You need them now. With a dealership, you still have a little bit of time, even though it's really tough. So I might take it just to be aggressive, especially shutting down Minia's hand. And just denying them from getting more points and staying competitive with them has its value.
That might have been a gamble, as if I stay tempai and dealers tempai, not only do I get more than 1,000 points, but the hands don't move forward, which would have paid off quite well. And I think it might have actually been bad that Alexandra drew the Dora, because it
had to back away.
It made him go no 10.
Oh, Alexander's running it back. I'm all in on an Alexander fan club. Immediately identifies the Chinitsu Honitsu value route and goes full steam ahead.
Yeah, Dora's still being held though. That could be dangerous, especially with his Riichi from our pro Valentin here in the West seat. One of our 2 pros, rather. This is going to put the clamps on Alexander.
Oh, and just the Hatsu pair. You might need to draw. Okay, place the Haku. So we are going to see Dora come out with the 4 mon and 1 mon out. Is going to be looking pretty safe. I mean, a little scary, but it's an early enough Riichi.
The other option is to just pair weight on the Dora. Well, that's not an option anymore.
You know, I might suggest something a little crazy. If we sumo... Is it Valentine? Yes. Do we have value right now? No. If we sumo, maybe we instead drop Hatsu.
It's a little crazy when someone's Riichi.
It's 2 versus 5 Han. It's a big jump up in value. It is 2K versus 8K, and especially if you can get it off Valentine, who will not protect, that is a massive. That's a 16K swing. That's passing. In fact,
you have to be super worried about Valentin just sumoing here. We can see that his weight is not that great, but who knows what his weight could be in Riichi.
That's true. And that's the gamble, right? Although it seems like Alexander wants to play the aggressive. I mean, again, in a 2-game set, you only have so much time.
Right. Alexander does have the last dealer, though.
That's true. And I mean, lucky enough, I don't think we're seeing the sumo, because 4 pins are held by Jeremy.
There's still 2 copies in the wall.
Of 1 pin, yeah.
Yeah, 2 copies
we're
of
open,
1 pin.
So the Ipeko doesn't exactly do it.
Right. 5, so that's a... Well, honestly, the Sozu tile doesn't look too crazy. Yeah, it is a risk for sure.
2-5 was the last bad. 2-5 was definitely the last bad check. So now Sozu is pretty safe as far as I can tell.
Ooh, this is even tougher.
That's juicy. The 5-8, you get the Chi. Yep. Dangerous tile, and we check it. Pinzu's super expensive. And this is going to be Tempai. Tempai dropping 4 or 7 mon. We're going to drop 4 mon. Reach Pinfu Tanyao on 4 or 7 pin. Great hand for Minia with an Ura.
Yeah, we can't take that big attack. It doesn't make Tempai.
We have to hope for the Chi so bad, and it doesn't come. We're going to have to play a West here. It'll pass. 4 7 pins. So actually 2 7 pin left in the wall, surprisingly. And still those 2 1 pins that we were talking about earlier. This is one
Right.
so. One so should pass. Wow, plays the 5 pin.
It's safe.
Not
it's
enough
safe.
draws. No, 5 pin came out. So 5 pin's definitely safe.
Yep.
It's game
a
of 2.
safe
5
one.
on 2. Oh my god. The sumo buzzer beater from Valentine denying the Hote or the Haite with 1-7 left in the wall.
Yeah, that was the last 3 pin.
Huge. Takes the stick too. And now
gotta find your tile. That's how Mahjong works. Find your tile, you're ahead. Not a bad draw here though from Alexandra.
Yeah, Alexander is getting the right sort of draws. We really want the Itsu here. That's our value route. And I mean, we're dealers, so we could hypothetically wrench on 20 times and we make
Val is trying to run away with second place right now.
Yeah. And then 2 Han already secured with the double non, the double south. Scary. You add 1 door into that, you could potentially be looking at a 5,200 hand, and that is, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Like Jeremy's still so far ahead. Like Alexander and Minia both have so much like distance to make up that it's like 5,200. What's a drop in the bucket at this point?
Yeah, the fact that Valentin already discarded a west and a north means that it's not Yakuman potential. So
and
the other players, not after open pawning the south.
Oh, Valentine, yeah, but Valentine doesn't need to. It's set play, so as long as you're top 2, and you will.
Well, I mean, that's the only thing that threatens Jeremy is a Yakuman. So
Jeremy might even try and Sashikomi, might try and deal in, and I think that's why we see that too. So there,
points do matter though.
No, there's no there's no, the points don't carry on to the final at all, right?
Right, but I mean for the second game here.
Oh my goodness, we're up by 70k on competition. Come on, excuse me, 64k. So if a dealer Yakuman happens, then we might start having to do calcs.
This is interesting. No Yaku though. Must reach. Does reach. Here we go.
Ape and 8 so. I actually really like this read. The 8 so looks a little weak.
This is also Tempai. So we have our bottom 2 players duking it out. I don't see a... Well, I mean, Minea does have a route for folding, but it's not easy. There's so many tiles still left in the wall.
So it's a fight. Competitive.
Oh, and that's the time right off the bat.
Oh, but the Atamahane!
Right off the bat.
Gets it and steals from Minea. That is devastating for Minea.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden, Valentine mots up 4k more, 1k from both opponents, and an extra 2k from Alexander. That is huge.
To be fair, Minea still gets to keep 3rd place, but that's 4,000 more points that Minea could have liked.
A straight up, what is that? 45 point gap from Valentine. It is. Man, this is just tough. This is pretty much Minea and Alexander. One of them needs to get first, and Valentine has to get 4th. That is the only way. I imagine this is going to be a game of turtles, especially with Jeremy just going to be trying to move the game on as long as possible. This is a tough, more than a rock and a hard place. This is an almost insurmountable cliff.
Well, we saw Yakuman Tempai in the previous game. Definitely not out of the question. We could see one in game number 2.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we just see some very far fishes from these players, because really, I mean, other than Yakuman, like, how do you get that value? You could rack it up on the dealer turn, but you have 2 people who are going to be actively trying to deny it. I'd almost imagine if you're Alexander or Minia, if the other one is dealer, you just do nothing but Yakuman attempts. Right, because that might be your best bet. So and if the dealer wins, you don't care because you need to buy more hands to get something rare, something super high value to be competitive at the end of the set.
Gotta make top 2. And with that, we are going to substitute in our top two commentators? Question mark. I'm going to be stepping out here. You get to continue on with our leader and opener for the day, Harrison. And you'll be joined by Jen here, who's been on commentary, or not commentary, she's been on the boards, and now she's here on commentary, our own JPML Pro.
Yeah,
Suddenly
most
there's music,
notable.
and I don't know how there wasn't music before, and now there is. No idea.
That's okay. We like a little bit of music, relaxing. So Jen, only famous for Jen Shanten, clearly.
Yes. Yeah, and nothing else to my name.
Absolutely. I mean, Jen Shanten's good pioneering. That you're the only one to do it.
It's because I go for Yakuman so much, and I love Samba, so that's why.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I get to commandeer that.
You know, I'm still on Ron, part of the degenerates from the Rattle Sama League, right? To double Yakuman.
Yes.
You know that?
That's true.
That's permanently my picture now. I can't do anything to change it.
We can.
The
double Yakuman can be you. I never
the
get
two double Yakuman, and funny enough, I didn't try to, and then people decided Bro 3 was the perfect place to check Suiso, Daisangen, and Chosishi, and I was like, well, okay.
Oh no, this was not game 2, everybody. This was still just game 1. There's one more game of the semifinals, so the finals, I think there's going to be a break after game 2, but we're going to watch game 2 with the same players we just watched right now, because we're just watching the end of that game. And so we'll watch a full game with the same players.
Oh, it's going to be a tough game. I'd imagine this is going to be a very lengthy, very passive game from a lot of the players at the table. It's so hard to get the plus 80.
Yeah,
or really the plus 50 points that you need.
So they haven't actually started yet, so we can take a quick break here.
Yep.
And get everything set up. But now I know how to do everything, so...
Awesome.
We are... So we have a 55 and a plus 15, but top 2 move on, not just top 1, so... I think if the two players...
Valentine needs to get 4th. That's probably what happens. Either Dealer Yakuman by Minia and Alexander, or Valentine 4th and one of them 1st. It's plus minimum 45 gap.
3rd, it might work as well. It depends on.
Well, that's 30 points. Yeah, that would only.
Because it's only a 45
that'd only be
point
20
difference
points
between Val and Titulus. So if
25 point gap. I mean, the tough part is Valentine knows this too. That's the other hard part. Like if it's blind, then it's okay. They might have to play normal. Valentine knows. I just need second. They've got the calcs up. They're doing it. They're comfortable with it. So Valentine is going to turtle up and play safe. If we're talking Street Fighter terms, we're Guile. We're in the corner with life lead. We are down back crouch. If you come at me, I'm throwing fireballs. I'm throwing fireballs anyway. And if you do something aggressive, I'm punishing it. I'm flying kicking you, and then you're getting sent back in the corner, and then guess what it is? Fireball land, one hon.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, you do something scary? Block it in the back. Don't care. I'm defensive.
You can do that.
It's such an advantage.
If the winner, if the one of those two players who, if Titulus or Mopua is getting a lot of tsumos, then there is actually still a chance. So you just need a lot of tsumos, a lot of dealer tsumos is the goal for them right now.
Yeah.
They have started, we're on a few minute delay, so actually we don't even really have time for a break. We do have time for me to try and get into this. All right, there we go. So we have about 4 minutes before it starts. There it is.
Quick 4 minute. If you need a bathroom break, little snackaroony, any of that, now is the time. And you got 4 short minutes to do it.
Yeah, I actually have to plug in one of my computers, so I will be back in 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, we will return with voices at 22:17 JST time.
1.5 minutes was that? Okay, looks like we have 2 minutes, not quite 2 minutes left.
Yep.
And all my
Just a
computers are
short
plugged
time.
in now, so nothing's going to just turn off without warning.
That's very good. That would be kind of bad, especially as you being the woman in the cupboard today, running everything.
I do actually like live in a cupboard right here.
Perfect for streaming. I'd say that's an old bit I used to run with Nate, another one of our WRC commentators and a WRPM pro, who you'll actually be hearing from later if you stay for the American semifinals and finals. But when we did the ARML, the American Riichi Mahjong League streaming, I would always say whoever's running the stream is the person in the cupboard, and they stay there. They have their little snacks of crackers and other scraps that they eat throughout the stream, and that's about it. Always there in the cupboard, tucked away, because we couldn't afford a full-on commentary booth. But you know, the cupboard's the most important part.
So mine is actually like, they call it a walk-in closet, and you can technically walk into it. It's not like a room like American walk-in closets, but
the walk-in closet, as in the closet that's big enough for a body to physically be in, is one of the most important parts of the hotel.
Only vertically, though. Not like, you can't like lay down in it, and you can sort of sit if there's a chair, which is what I'm doing.
Well, as long as there's a shelf, then that works. That's all you need.
Yeah, there is like a sort of built-in shelf, as in like.
Oh, so you have a standing desk. Look at that.
Like it's, I guess it's just like it's like a split level. Like there's no storage underneath the shelf. Like the bottom of the shelf is a wall. So that's my desk. Oh, we're starting.
Oh, there you go. Oh, we have Alexander's first dealer. This is going to be a huge first dealership. Again, we have a ton of points to make up. Problem is, we can see across Valentine, the person who we're trying to basically usurp in score, is the hand's cracked. I mean, what else do you really say, Jen? Like, that is an extremely quick high pie, has the Yaku high value, and is going to be looking to just absolutely shut down Alexander's Tempai. And we're even going to see the aggressive early con. Technically a little bit of risk, but like with the hand shape like that, it's not even really risk. Oh, the dealer is Ishan 10 on Tanya Dora 2.
Yeah, this is
could see a chi here.
Not a bad Ishan 10 at all.
Although this might backfire for Valentine, because I mean, Alexander here is Ishan 10 as dealer with Dora 2. This could be a Riichi Tanya Dora 2, and that is a huge hand. That is the type of big dealer hand that we need. Although Jeremy also going to be looking to speed this hand up. Says, ooh, 2 Condora or 2 Ura indicators. Not in love with that. Let's make sure that somebody open wins this hand. And the problem is Jeremy can afford to play all day long. Jeremy can Sashikomi Mangans if they really want to for quite a bit. We'll have to see if it works out. Oh, and patience rewarded. This has got to be Riichi on the Amon. You have to take the 5-3. You're so scary as dealer, too. You're going to be pushing. Jeremy should be playing aggressive, I would think, here. I think Jeremy wants to play a little bit aggressive, but yeah, Valentine is going to not full fold out, but try to fold out. We'll have to see how aggressive Jeremy is willing to play. We could drop Tuso here, but we're going to go safe Chun Chun. And this is one of the things that can backfire for Valentine. That's what I was surprised we saw the con right away, because the problem is if dealer has it, now you get into the scary point where dealer has a lot of very usable tiles. And if they win, that is a big win in the start of you getting usurped on second, especially when you have that 45-point gap. Is it fun? I would think a lot of players wouldn't necessarily call it fun, but you just turtle. You reduce value from the board. You play quick open hands to get the game moving. In a lot of situations, even if you take a fourth, you're fine. But we are going to fight aggressively versus the dealer on this 3-6 pin Tempai on the Dora. So we could be working on a Mongon of our own on the 3 pin right now. Just Shah Dora 1 butts with that close con of the West, the 32 Fu. That is basically an extra Han wrapped in a nice little fun bow on the board.
Well, all the 3s are locked into hands, I think. I don't know.
Yes, yeah. And all the 3 pins are locked.
So
not gonna get. I cannot imagine Minia is going to be willing to throw it. That would be very interesting. And the 6 will come out, so Valentine shuts it down, not punished. Is going to take the 39, the essentially 3 Han hands, and more importantly, shut down Alexander and get a little bit of a lead. So now we will go on to Jeremy's dealership. Jen, how do you play? You're up by essentially 80 points if you're Jeremy and you get dealer. And it's just top 2 advance. You always basically pass dealership, correct?
I mean, it's risky.
Because to pass dealership?
Well, this early, I think. Towards the end, I think in the South round, you definitely want to pass dealership. On the East round, it actually gets very risky, because if you turtle too much, then players are going to be sumoing. They might get tricky weights that you accidentally deal into. So you do want to get a bit of a buffer
80
if
points
you can.
Is so many. 80 points is so many, though. And Nashi, like, if it's closer, for sure. Like, I think 50 points or below, that's a worry. But 80 points is so many if you're playing defensive.
I went into the Judons and into the second game with a 60-point lead. And a lot of sumos. And a couple tricky weights just completely bled out all my points, and I lost the lead, and I ended up in last place for the day. So I feel like in the East round, it's a little bit risky to just pass the dealership. Okay. In the South round, I think for sure you want to pass the dealership. The later that your dealership is, then of course the easier it is to pass.
Yeah.
So you do want to be cautious, but you also want to kind of aim for Tempai and win if you have a shot too.
Yeah. So, not overextend for it, but keep the option there. Maybe even something like I was talking about last game where you have the Dama Pinfu. You can shut down a hand if it looks scary, but otherwise you kind of just back away whenever you see a Riichi.
Dama Pinfu is good, or slimming down the hand early is a really good tactic in those situations where you slim it down so you keep a lot of safe tiles, but you're still aiming for Tempai, so you just don't get all of the acceptance that you normally could. So you're not playing quite as efficiently as when you're going for points and a lot of wins.
But you have a route. You're able to get there.
You want to keep a route.
Makes good sense. We do see the 1-4 on Tempai 2 from is going to be Minia. We are going to see the con in the 2, and we're going to try it with 2 3-sos. 1-4 doesn't look much better. It's going to deal in the Riichi Dora. Gives the Ura 2 for 5,200 on Valentine.
If you're Tempai, you have to take that con. I think
you
need the extra draw. You have to.
You need tough, but if anybody besides Valentine was Tempai, I would think yeah. But the problem is Valentine is the player you need to limit. So I almost think you might want to strategize. Just really removing points in all ways whenever Valentine shows they have value. We do see the quick Tempai here. We might see a maybe 3-so back.
Oh no. There's no reason for
the Sanshoku ship would be if you threw 3-4 pin.
connection successful. Sorry, OBS disconnected for like 3 seconds. I don't know why. I'm not even on Wi-Fi. I'm on a landline. I've done everything I can. I don't know what to do.
Just being a little crazy. Oh, and the more Pinzu. This is such a tricky spot too, especially if you've never played from behind in this way. It's really hard to get creative enough to again make these like 60, 70, 80, 100 point gaps, or really these 60, 70 point gaps that you have to do, especially with only 5-15 UMA, where you only get 10 points for every placement above.
Well, let's put
you have at max a 30-point advantage.
No, let's just make it really simple. When the general rule, when you are deciding whether to reach or to wait for something better, is do the number of tiles that improve your hand outnumber, is it double the number of winning tiles you have? So we had just the 4. It's 4 winning tiles from Mopal's perspective. The 7-peen all improve the hand. The 2-peen, I would say, even improves the hand. The 6 so improves the hand. So we're already past double. Even if you're not thinking about point difference, I think there was definitely a good argument to have gone with the 3 so.
Yeah, that's a really good, simple way to break it down. And I mean, again, even more so when you need the extra points.
But when you sumo.
I mean, the problem is it's Riichi Sumo, but
no,
it's still 5,200, which again, not bad. But the problem is you end Valentine, you hit some value, you shut them down. But it's again, you're still at the bottom of the cliff right now, trying to figure out how to climb it.
I mean, whatever you're gonna decide, it's gonna backfire sometimes. So even if they waited and reached later and not won, it doesn't mean that would have been the wrong decision. So I don't know. You can play.
That's fair. It's hard.
Advance, so but lots of things. The important thing is to review the hands after the game. And that's for everybody. That goes for every single person, no matter if you win or lose. The important thing is to review the hands after the game. And if you're on our stream, then maybe you can listen to our commentary and don't do what Jen says. That's a good way to review.
Opposite Jen's suggestion.
It is a unlosable strategy.
We'll have to see what Minya does. Yeah, I mean, looking good for Alexander. Minya is going to want to rack it up on the dealership, has the Hatsu in order to play aggressive. But again, not much value really for this route besides the Hatsu. We may even see a Chi here, and Valentin is going to take it, going for the Chanta route.
The thing is, the value tiles are so deceptive because it's like, okay, 2-3 value tiles, that's awesome. And they just aren't worth very much. Now, if you're dealer, that's huge.
If you're dealer, Brenchan.
You can continue as dealer, and that's worth a lot more than points in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Like, I would not be surprised if Alexander passes on the Haku. I think exactly like you said, makes perfect sense. It's not enough value to play. But, I mean, for Minya, especially with a hand like this, is what do you do? And the answer might just be Anko the green. Efficiency should be Formon here, and we do see it come out. We also have a Sanchoku 456. That'll be another little value booster, especially when it's kind of awkward to play the Dora. Minya is going to be able to squeeze a little bit more out from that. We could see the 5-mon here, and we do. Interesting. That is going to be efficient, which Jeremy just wants to play efficient, so that makes perfect sense.
All right, this is.
But we do see the Riichi here from Alexander.
Reach, I think this is not something that's going to really increase in value. If it does increase in value, then you're going to
maybe the Sanchoku
worse weights. I mean, the weight it's really difficult to move. I mean, you have to get the 3-mon, but it's not.
It would be the
double
3-mon.
What your weight is. In this case, your weights are basically double what your improvements are.
Yeah, it just again just a mountain, right? Like the Riichi Haku, you can hit Ura, and that might be something that we're tracking right now. We're looking at the tunes out. We see none, so we figure it might be a good Uradora, and we have an Ura bomb chance.
Actually, we see, only one now.
Only the one.
Just came, didn't it?
So it is a pretty smart play. You might think that Valentina Cross had 2 of them. Definitely not after seeing that tune. And no call, but 6 mana. We're gonna do the 9. Jeremy is gonna do it. And is gonna deal into Valentine for just Chantadora.
And Jeremy
Cheap.
has
Jeremy is good with that.
of dealing into basically anybody right now, especially if he can.
No,
get
especially
cheap,
Valentine.
He wants. Well, I think it's especially the cheap value hands, so he can see that it's a called hand is generally going to be less than a reach hand, because you can read the value a lot easier. So it's a lot less risky to deal into.
Valentine too being like the closest again with the top 2 format. As long as you're not feeding the bottom 2, Valentine can pass you and you're good. You need to start worrying once like Minia or Alexander can pass you, but you get more points to Valentine. It's like, who cares? You have plus 40 on Valentine and even more on the players below. If Valentine passes you, you're not worried about Valentine getting points. You're worried about one of the other 2 at those points jumping up above you.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not sure where Mopo's blocks are going to end up. We want one with the Dora. Okay, we want 2 Dora. That's great. The only problem is the pairs of 9s.
A lot of very Toitsu. Yeah, very, very Toitsu hands. We are at 4. So especially if we get a 5th pair kind of quickly, then we can do something, but it doesn't feel great. Well, there's our 5th pair. We could throw 8-mon to do a bit of hedging, although 2-pin is the most efficient. I think that's the decision Alexander's going to play. Wow.
What's the...
Interesting. 9-mon. Okay.
I mean, it's just not like the best weights for a cheat Toitsu hand, I think.
Well, I think you would... I almost think if you're even with Dora 2 as dealer, you might just go 8-mon and then, well, that's weird. I don't know. I don't know what the right play.
To a Tanyo.
Is that the most efficient? I guess with 1/9 the 9-mon playing the 7.
At that point, the 9-mon is the most efficient after already discarding the first 9-mon.
Well, at the second for sure, but I'm wondering at the first with the 8/9/9. Like I'm almost wondering if you're supposed to throw 6-pin or 9-pin. Something like that. Get rid of one of the pairs that's not in the weaker block.
There was 1 9-mon.
We're gonna go with the Tanya.
Like a 1 tile difference or something.
Yeah. Yeah, but you pick up the 7s
The only loss with the 9-mon discard is another 9.
Oh yeah, the 9-mon.
And there's
that's
one
fair.
left, so.
This is going to be Ishanten. We're going to play the 3-pin.
3-sided weight now in the Pinzu plus the Matsu Meika. Anything that's not the 1 pin gives Tanya.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if Alexander's going to call here. Although, don't have to be curious for long because this should be a snap Riichi. We are going to see it. Just the 7-mon for Riichi Dora 2. Still 2 in the wall though.
An interesting Kanchan. I'm sorry, Suji trap as well.
Yeah, I wonder if the players will be a little bit worried with the early 4-mon, and especially that second 9-mon cut later. I always feel like I read Suji like that as a little bit harder to get, especially with 2 8-mons out. You're lessening the chances for that 6/8 Kanchan, but I mean, I wonder if Jeremy and Valentine are going to be worried. They have all the space in the world to just sit here and turtle and fold and defend, and you're hoping Ryukoku points, K10 points are the only thing that's gotten, but on the Dora for Valentine wants to play aggressive and shut Alexander down, remove 1 player from hope for the game. But a sumo will happen, and that's Mongon minimum. No bonus, no Uradora. But Mongon for the table. That's important. That's the exact type of thing Alexander needs to do, and they got to do some more of that. Probably at least 1 more Mongon sumo, maybe even 2. And Valentine needs to drop a lot as well. Valentine needs to not be second, I think, for Alexander specifically.
So back with that first 9-mon discard, to go back to 2 away, the 9-mon is equivalent to the 3-pin and the 6-pin as far as tiles go, but perhaps for like good weights, it's very similar.
A little bit better. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. When you explained it that way, it definitely, I would say, intrinsically did not feel like it was true. But when you explain, like, oh, there's really, you're just losing the 9-mon paired up. Even though you lose the chi toy, it makes a lot of sense. And cutting the pair is definitely the efficiency. Speaking of efficient,
and actually, yes, probably was one tile better because that 9-mon was already discarded. This is just without any discard information. So.
Oh, so yeah, definitely there. Quick Tempai on 3-6. Jeremy says, let's get this game moving. Let's make sure Alexander has to struggle a little bit. We also are going to see Alexander respond and open up, but we're going to see the 6-0 come out. Does not expect the quick Tempai, although 4-3 pin from hand might show that. And Jeremy wraps up the dealership.
So Mopo really needs Val to lose about 20 points.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 Hanemon direct hits. I would do it.
Valentine, I mean, technically, Yakuman Sumo, when Valentine has to play Oyakaburi, might just be the strategy. So this hand, we'll have to see how Alexander plays, but I think next hand that might just be all in. And
I think
pray
on Sumo when Valentine is Oyakaburi is just about enough.
As well, too. Yeah, that would also get close. Although with this Riichi, that might shake things up. Very quick Riichi Pinfu. I would sense with no Dama as well, Valentine kind of feeling maybe a little bit pressured with points. Has definitely done the math, knows roughly the range we got to be worried about. We see a tank on the south here from Alexander. He's going to play 7-mon. I wonder if we're building in a Honitsu route to build a little bit more value. 3-mon looks safe enough. If we can get the 2 and the 1 out as well, we get towards that Honitsu range with the north. Would be minimum 52 most of the time. Play the south for Tempai. I kind of like the 3-mon here. Like, we want to shut Valentine down, but this is a Mongon and we can get it direct. But we're just gonna take it. Riichi pay. We can see the weight is not good. There's only the weight's completely dead. Held up by Jeremy too, who is going to be not wanting to take any risks. Even his dealer here. It's gonna fold the 2 1-pins out. So it's really just if this 2-5 will come out. And the 5 gets drawn by Valentine. And the Ura hit for a little bit extra damage as we go into South 3. And now I'm imagining for Valentine, we want there to be exactly 2 hands left in the game.
And I think Mopo has to go for. There's no Yakuman.
It's got to be a bid sumo. I mean, a reach Tanyao sumo Dora 2 is the start to Hanemon. Maybe do that and gamble Ura. That might be the only way.
I mean, in this hand, that's fine. And then you just have to calculate for the last hand. Definitely a Hanemon or bigger in this hand is absolutely worth it to win on. Because that all but locks in first place. That makes, it's a 1,600 point swing with Valentine. So.
Yeah, you may do that and then try and hope that Minia runs up a couple sumos and passes Valentine. That might be your best strategy. I don't really know how else you play it. It's such a tough spot. The question is, can Valentine pass this dealership without risk? Ooh. You know, the Haku Anko actually does a lot for the value. You get another Han, and you start building in these sort of San Anko routes, which is on Sumo, which you're hoping for anyway, a lot of value. I think we were aiming for Chitoy originally. At least that was my read for Alexander. That was how we perceived getting some value out. But
I think he's wanting
let's just see how it goes now.
dragon tiles right now.
Yeah, I was thinking the Daisongen too. The problem is with neither paired, it gets really difficult, right?
Even just another one tripling up is a neat 2 value tiles 2 Dora. If you'd sumo, it's already Hanemon. So
that's fair.
Oh. Okay.
On the Dora Toy Toy, this has to be 5, so you got to check the 5, so you need the Toy Toy. Yep. Recognizes it, gonna keep the dragons. We may even see the 3, 4, 5 one come out. That would not surprise me one bit here. Yeah, Mini has not been able to accomplish very much with this hand. Also going for that big sumo. Not as necessary because Minion still has the all last dealer, although it'll be a tough position keeping Jeremy and Valentine from just getting crazy value or crazy quick, like one on hands and ending the game. Is Haku gonna get thrown? Nope, we're gonna throw 5. And again, Jeremy already like playing as defensively as possible. Doesn't even want to check Shompai Haku. Does not want to give any breathing room or additional value to these players. And preventing the con there.
And
huge. We're not hitting.
He also does not necessarily want to deal into Valentine for any reason.
Yeah.
When Valentine's not dealer, it's a good deal in. When he's dealer, not so good.
That's true. Valentine could get to a Dama on something, which we can see is somewhat plausible. This has got to be like 2 mon here, I would think.
Just gonna take Tempai. It's getting late.
Take the Tempai. Yeah, Mangan's something, especially if we can get it direct across. But in that sentence lies the problem in and of itself. How do we get Valentine to take a risk and deal indirectly for Mangan?
Well, this would have been one way to do it, except for the 2 he already discarded.
Yeah, the 2s are already out. If we knew that, then we'd be on the Toy Toy. We'd be cruising right now.
Even just
maybe
like
Hanemon
a
set
sort of way it might be. But
so I guess Valentine will probably take this one if it comes up, just because we're seeing Dora 4 or Dora 3, excuse me. We're seeing Mangan minimum with 1 2 so left and 1 7 mon left. Versus single 6-0.
So now the question is if he's going to get rid of Tempai and the next.
We probably do it here. Ooh.
One more chance to get rid of Tempai. But his tiles are not, like, the 5 pin will work. Nothing else is great for getting rid of Tempai, really. Is he going to take Tempai?
It's got to be the 5 pin here.
He's taking Tempai.
Okay. Really? I don't know. It seems risky. I mean, you're given a free chance to go into all last without really giving up more than 4K, which is pretty good from your stat line. Again, Alexander passes you. Alexander got 4th last game. You have even more room on Alexander than Minia. And there's no point bonus either, so it's not like climbing as high as you can here is going to do a whole lot. Not even like placement gets you any advantage either. It's full point reset going into the finals.
Yeah, in the U.S. Quarterfinals, there are some differences at where you end with, I think, for which table you'll be assigned to, but there's just one table to be assigned to in these semifinals.
It'll come, and now, Alexander's hand is kind of muddied, and we're going to play efficient. I almost wonder if he's just kind of Hail Mary a Kokoshi and an attempt to do something.
Oh yeah, that's a
Um,
68 point difference between Mobile
yeah,
and Valentine.
it's so much. It's so much.
But it also gives Titulus is Alexander, so gives
Minia.
Minia. Sorry, it also gives Minia an extra chance to get a big hand to go into all last's dealer. And
Yeah,
there are
it
times when you just can't get a quick enough hand to shut down dealer. You never know if you're
yeah.
going to have enough or not.
Every dealer could be wrench on 20, and you just don't know it yet.
I mean, you just can't. There's lots of times you just can't stop them.
Yeah.
Okay,
And now we're gonna
6-7.
see a toy open up. I think I would have liked it if Alexander skipped that 9. So now we have toy Nomi. It's not enough. I understand trying to kick Valentine off dealer, but again, I think now you got to play aggressive, something high value. So almost the Chinitsu, I think, might be a little bit better towards that goal, especially now that Minia is going to Riichi Tanya Dora for the guaranteed 3 on, almost assuredly going to go for the sumo, and then maybe 8 so in the wall.
Yes, it's a
The problem is
6-7
that's kept out on
way.
Haneman.
Yes, thank you, chat. 6-7 is a mahjong term.
That is true. Reports in 6-7, waiting for it. Is it dead yet? Who knows?
They got it. They got it.
Answer no. I mean, again, though, we're capped at Hanemon, which is something, but
Okay, Mangan.
yeah, and that relies on Mangan something, but we got a lot of work to do, whole lot of work. The 12K swing is nice, but it is a matter of pulling slots here. Alexander is going to Yakuman fish every hand, but really, Jeremy and Valentine are just going to be looking to wrap this game up.
Their hands are not very quick, though. Okay, Valentine's getting quicker. The first straw is a really good first straw.
Yeah,
Actually,
it has
that's
the
a
3,
really
4,
high
5 that
value
we can
hand.
open up to. Yeah. Doesn't
Oh,
even
this
need the
value.
value too.
Yeah.
Throws the West to check. I think with Jeremy being West Kaze high, that makes a lot of sense. If it's a Yaku high tile, I would think if you're Valentine, you just want to protect it at all costs, not give the opportunity for somebody to pawn. But it gives away so much information if Minia or Alexander tries to take it that I think it's worth it there. And if Jeremy takes it, you don't care. You're perfectly fine with that. And I think if you're Minia, you just full steam ahead on efficiency. I think it's
Minia
wrench
just
on
has
or
to
bust right
play
now.
as efficient as possible. Early reach is great for Minia because Jeremy and Valentine have every incentive to fold to dealer reach.
Yeah.
At least 3 times, probably.
Maybe even more than that.
So I said at least.
Yeah.
That includes more than.
True. If you're looking to brush up on your English, we got Sensei John over here.
Yes, everybody learns things in my streams. I'm an educator.
6-1. We're gonna play the East. We'll see if we can pair up that Dora. To me, that feels like Minion's kind of only real value route right now. It's just how soon we get there. Could play 3-pin here, and we are gonna see that. We're holding on to the Dora. Willing away. We might even. God, Chitoy Hanemon isn't even enough though. I think we're going Suanko attempts for Alexander. I am curious. Well, I am curious if there's a Riichi for Alexander. If that'll happen, and you kind of signal to Minia, "Hey, I'm Tempai. Let's get some points. Make sure you're Tempai, and I'm only going to take sumo or a direct on Valentine. So here's some breathing room. I'll pressure the other two with Yakuman, but really you full steam ahead for the dealer. Although the problem is now we're on 2-5, so this has got to be Dora. Not in love with that from Minia. You got to try it. You're out of options. You need the 5-8 efficiency so bad.
Oh no.
And yep. And the missed Tempai there, that's a huge error. And we might not even beat Tempai for the hand now.
Oh, jeez.
There's the 5. Now we have the 9.
I mean, now
we
we have
can
a
get back into
147
Tempai.
shorty 10 reach option here.
Something, but we got to get there first. And again, ticking time bomb. Throw the 8.
Now it's Tanyao, so there's also calling options.
Oh. Okay, we'll play 2 mon. This could be a death sentence, though. That 2-so looking loose. I almost think if I'm Jeremy here, I want to check as many middle tiles as possible.
5, 8, and 6. Wait.
You have to.
What?
No, you have to play aggressive.
Wait a second.
You gotta pressure the board. Don't. Yeah.
No, there's no Yaku, right?
There's no Yaku. Yeah, you gotta play aggressive. You gotta stick something. Is the weight good? Of course not. But
it's not.
You gotta try something.
Terrible. This
6-pin. Well, it doesn't deal in. No Yaku.
It's not that.
And that's the last 6 too.
It's not that bad of a way.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's no value, but again, like Renchan's value.
It doesn't
you gotta
matter. It looks
Riichi.
like there's.
And the 6 mon will deal in, and we're gonna take it. Alexander just deciding to
just ending the
end the day, I believe. Yeah, 12K still not gonna be enough. Would have had to be on Valentine Directs. Deciding to go out on a win.
Even on Valentine Direct would not have been enough at this point.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Even with like, you would need a con and then hit double or something insane.
All right. I mean, we don't know. It might have been a timeout. It might have been that they wanted to reach and timed out or something. There's a lot of things that can happen with online games. But that means that Valentine and Jeremy, the World Riichi Pros, will move on to the final table. Yeah. Which we will be streaming in about 40 minutes from now, I believe.
That is true. There's the other games still got to be going, right? That was such a quick game.
Let's check. That's a good question.
Oh, I don't see anything.
Looks like it's done.
Wow. So
done. They were even faster.
Wow. Yeah, that was not exactly a slow game that we just saw, but they're really just pushing it out.
All right. Wait, this is the commentator one. All right. Well, that's it for the semifinals, the European semifinals. Let me just see if I can figure out who moved on from the other table that we watched. It looks like I have been pinged, which makes me think that someone's telling me.
That'd be good.
Oh my gosh, I can't spell also. Okay. Total scores for table 1 was table 1 was Alexander and Christian moved on with plus 21.1 and plus 17.4. So Arnaud and Anna did not make it. Yeah, it was a lot closer. Arnaud finished with minus 12.3 and Anna with minus 27.2. So much closer on that table than this table.
Are you? Wow, that is very close to the game 1 scores.
I don't know. It says total scores, and that was posted 3 minutes ago. So
yeah, so that must be after both.
Game. Yep.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Alexander,
if it's quick too, that would make sense.
And Christian, who is mini medal, will move on, and they will battle the 2 World Riichi Pros on the final table in about 35 minutes. So we will leave the stream on. Please, if you're so inclined, leave your stream on. Get us some watch hours. And we will be back in about that much time. Then after that, we will stop.
No chance they start early, right? They're doing on
they just said that
hour.
they're going to. They've just set the time, so they will start.
Okay, so they are starting on it. Okay.
And I think you're going to come back for 1 game. Is that?
Yes, 1 game, potentially 2. We'll see. It depends how quick the first game is. I have another tournament to play at 12 English time or USA time. In about 2 hours, so we'll see.
Also, Amy's going to join us for that.
Right.
After those 2 games, we will stop the stream and then restart it for the US semifinals, which will start a few hours later. All right. Thank you, everybody. Don't go away.
Yep. See you in 35-ish. Ola Ola Coca-Cola, as they say in none of the countries that I believe we'll be seeing up. It's me. We're back. Harrison joins by Amy, WRPM Pro and fellow commentator. What's going on, Amy? How was the extra hour of sleep?
Hello. It's actually really nice, but it's getting hot, and so you wake up kind of sweaty and a little miserable anyways.
You know, last time I checked, they called that a sauna if you're at the gym. So I think that actually sounds refreshing. You know, you sweat it off, and then you get up, you get nice and cool, you get that like cold shock.
It's just not for me.
That's fair. The NY, well, you're in the NYC boiler too. That doesn't help things.
The humidity's starting to rack up, but you know, it is what it is. I feel bad because my cat cannot snuggle with me, and so I wake up in the morning and I'm like, "Where's my child?" And she's on the floor.
Cooling out, yeah.
Yeah.
You need an ice blanket. You need like an ice pack at night. She can just
TikTok shop cooling blankets.
Something, yeah. I wouldn't think it would work because when you plug it in, the electricity creates heat. So I don't know how you plug it in to create cold. But science is the future. They've been saying.
I remember seeing those like hack videos from before where they're like, just tape a box fan to like the bottom of your top sheet or something and create your own wind tunnel for your bed.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Sure.
Peak innovation.
Let's just create a whole doohickey for it. Why not?
It's great.
Let's get a doohickey up there. Let's get weird with the science, as they say. Oh, it looks like they haven't started yet. Might be a minute or two getting back. Maybe somebody had to go to the bathroom. Oh, from our woman in the cupboard, seems like we now have the game started. Now, to be fair, that started real time, so we still have 4.5 to 5 minutes on the timer to spectate. But we got an ETA for, again, reminder, a 2-game European 2025 season finals. This is last year's finals for Europe. It's going to be a 2-game set. These players are going to play back to back. 5:15 UMA WRC rules. You know them. You love them. They don't have Aka, so they're extra cool. And it's just going to be raw placement, which can definitely change things. Hopefully, our woman in the cupboard, Jen, can help us determine any additional prizes. I know first place gets a WRC 2028 seats. I am unsure on the merits of second through fourth, other than just saying that you placed higher than fourth. So it'll be really interesting to see how the players kind of adapt and change. I know last time it was top 2 advance for the semifinals, so there wasn't exactly a reason to play for anything below top 2. But here, I mean, it might be valid just to say, you know what, I don't think I'm getting first. I want to play for third. I don't want to be fourth on the table. But that'll also come more so into play for the second game.
Yeah, I wonder if any of these players adhere to that mindset that you hear in the Olympics sometimes where they're like, gold and silver are really battling it out, and third bronze is just happy to be there.
That's fair. A medal is a medal.
An achievement is an achievement. It's true.
I'd imagine anybody who has a chance for first, though, is going to go down swinging. That would make the most sense.
Yeah, a seat to WRC through this would be pretty nice. You've already locked yourself in before anybody else has a chance to really compete for all the remaining seats. So that's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this will be one of the earliest seats given out for these finals for both Europe right now and then the USA later today. I know I'll be rooting for DC's own Max, very strong player from our region. Very statistic based, which I disagree with, but seems to be working out very well for him. Hoping that he won't choke today. We'll see. He lost a seat in 2025 to that. He miscalced barely and could have actually taken it. And we have definitely kept it as a reminder to him frequently to make sure that he actively actually counts. Especially for somebody with a master's in statistics who you would think would know that. But, we have to fall. We have to fall before we get up or something or other. There was a Batman quote about that. Something Michael Caine. I believe Dark Knight Rises, something. Something
success, something darkness before dawn.
Yeah, that's got to be Batman Begins. Actually, no. No, I think you're right. That is Dark Knight Rises. I always forget. It's a lot that goes on in those movies.
It sure is. The US also has a lot of familiar faces in the US scene. Yeah. So there's also Andres from Riichi Nomi along with Quincy. And then a relatively new addition, I think, to Riichi Nomi, Dylan Astor, who performed very, very well and took first place at Open last year, Sparrow's Nest Open.
Oh. I realize Astor.
Yeah. A lot of exciting things coming up, but obviously we're going to hopefully get started with our current game soon for the European folks across the pond. And that's the game. Here we go.
So now...
We occupy pairs for Val and Jeremy individually.
Yeah, and we are going to do the immediate call. Looks like Jeremy going to subscribe to Renchan is King in the dealer seats.
I like this.
Yeah, it's slow. You don't really have a value route, right?
He has door acceptance technically, even still after throwing away the 8. It's okay, but yeah, I think this hand you just kind of agree. This is just going to be speed, and then we'll see what else happens after you Renchan, because Renchaning means another hand of maybe good value.
Yep. Dealer gets 50% extra, so no need to complicate it. I was interested to see if Jeremy was going to play a little bit aggressive and cut 2-4 Kanchan or even 1-3 pin and keep that 5 around a little bit longer. Maybe keep a Honitsu in the Manzu active, but like you said, just playing the Renchan, efficiency, speed, all the standard fundamental stuff. Although on the right, Christian, after that 4 pin, now we have an E-Peiko draw, and we have a little bit of nonsense. 8 and 9, kind of a pretty standard cut. We'll have to see if we get more Pinzu. Maybe we even justify the 7/8s. Although, once that happens, I'd imagine we're out. We're going to cut the 8 pin. We're looking for 1/4 pin for the Riichi Pinfu, possible Sanchoku on 9 so, or the Dora. Very, very valuable hands. There should be 2 Mon, I believe. But we'll take the 1-3 pin.
1-3 pin is actually okay here, just because it gives you high pawnability, and then the 9 so becomes Kabe. But in this case, just going to chi his way out. Oh,
and gets the second 4 immediately back to back, so it pays off. Cheap hand, doesn't get the Honitsu, but not necessarily needing it. And then this reads to me like this has to be Honitsu. We'll cut the 1 pin first. Makes a lot of sense. Even in Honitsu, you're supposed to drop the suit you have more of. And now with this Haku Anko, I'd imagine.
Jeremy, just draw good.
Like I said last Hanshan, this is what separates the great players from the strategically sound ones. Who is able to actually draw from the wall? And Jeremy's got it. We're going to chi that 6, drop the 7 pin, and we are committed. I'd imagine North would normally be snap called, but we have a bit of a sticky situation, a mochi with Valentine on the left. And that being Kaze High for Valentine, providing that Yaku, I cannot imagine it's going to come out anytime soon.
No, I think North is going to be kind of hard-pressed to come out, especially as Valentine looks like he has 4 pairs. Maybe thinking Chitoy. I don't really love Chitoy for that hand, but that's kind of whatever happens is going to happen.
Yeah, figure out how to play it. You could even go 2-so here and do something a little aggressive. keep the Chitoy with the Dora, but also move towards that Honitsu. I think that's why we're seeing that 9 pin there.
It was Chitoy.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, you know what? I'm not going Chitoy. Gotta respect that.
I like the Honitsu hedge too, though. Like Yakuhai Honitsu,
Yeah.
especially closed, is very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that 9-mon early cut doesn't come back for him.
Yeah, I mean, the question is even if we take it, because we gotta imagine with that West Tadashi and the 4-5-6 call and kind of those more inner Pinzu and Manzu, I'd imagine Valentina's got to be reading that there's at least decent odds that Jeremy has a half flush in the bamboo right now. Although that being said, now we have a little bit of friction added to the table. Riichi by Alexander on 4-7 mod for Riichi Pinfu Dora 2. Mongon locked, loaded. A 7 mon that will not be played by Christian. Gonna drop 8-8, so stall for some time. Might see the north out here. That would actually help Jeremy, although the call is a little bit awkward. We'll play the 1 mon first.
Jeremy can take Tempai here.
I think we have to. It would be the 5. Oh, but it's on the 8. The 8's the scary part because there's 1 or 2 left. And the sumo comes. So Ura Sane, Reach Pin Sumo Dora 2.
No Ura. Sad.
Just a little bit. You're sad without Ura? That's honest. Ura is like selling your soul a little bit. You had to cheat to get value. Alexander
just
still
like a nice little package
honest.
Surprise.
Read the additional terms, Amy, because the karmic retribution for hitting an Ura is always there, whether you see it or not.
That's just spot on. Ryan Pako, maybe.
Oh, Ryan's coming to town? Ryan said he might be stopping by. You know, that's it. Alexander said, you know, I heard Ryan might be in the area. Got to make sure to be looking out for ringing, for that doorbell ringing. Oh, although seems like Ryan might be a little hesitant. 6-mon, I don't think is the worst push here. We'll definitely play the West first, but 6-mon I wouldn't read as particularly dangerous with that 8-3 cut being the most innards. You get the half Suji, and the 8-mon doesn't exactly. Yeah, it might have to. Although the 2-5 pin's not great. Neither is the 3. We'll take Tempai though on the 2. We have a lot of Kabe for it. We can see that all the 2s are out, and this isn't going to work, and everybody's playing them. Christian opens. Looking to play that Tanyao Nomi. Still Ishan 10.
Baiting south switch out. Doesn't take it. The 2 pins too spicy.
I would have been interested if the 2-pin Riichi would have actually caused the Souths to come from Valentine, especially with 3 of them. That might have been an E-pot steal in. That would not surprise me one bit. And we're gonna reach the 5. We're like, you know what? If 5's coming out, everybody knows the jig is up. Oh, and 5-pin. Hold on, that makes the 2-pin look a bit better. The problem is Christian going to recognize it and draws one of the last 1 pins for Riichi Nomi 1300. Boom.
Points are points.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, just setting the momentum, keeping Christian from getting a big hand or repeating, going into your dealer turn in first. Like, especially with game 1, you just want to gain momentum and assert yourself, because the more you can do with game 1, the more options you have in game 2, and the more info you can get from everybody else too. When you limit their options, you squeeze them down. The narrower the hallway, the easier it is for you to expect how they're going to go down it.
Yeah, in set play, it makes a lot of sense to try and go really hard at the beginning to see how many points you can get. Obviously not playing too dangerously, still trying to conserve good play, but if you're able to take first and a big lead in first, then everyone else is kind of forced to play more dangerously in the second Hanchan, whether they want to or not.
Mm-hmm. As we take a look, it seems like Alexander just going for the Renchan potential Dora pickup, but not quite there. And really, to me, it seems the threat on the table is going to be Jeremy. Valentine a little bit slower. Jeremy with Dora 2 still has some shapes to clean up, but that is a Dora 2 Pinfu in a lot of ways. And even if a 6-0 comes out, we may decide to switch to a Tanyao shape to lock both these Dora in.
Not yet, though. Here.
4-0 or 8-pin? I guess 8-pin struggles to play Dora 2 too much of the time. You need like 2-pin. But we will take the 8-pin. Problem is with 3-4-pin out, that's a bit troublesome, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have done that. Although maybe he's looking to draw. Oh, here it comes again. Maybe he's looking to draw into more of a Pinfu shape and Kutsuki draw around the 5-pin 4-so later.
Yeah, brave a 6-pin if they need to, but for right now, we'll see. 2-so cut from hand is a bit weird. We may see 2-pin out here. 3-pin.
3-pin.
I think I like 2-pin a little bit because it allows you to play the 6-pin pair, but we're going to draw the 6. Clean 1K all. Alexander, bit by bit, inch by inch, or excuse me, centimeter by centimeter, increasing their lead. That's how that works.
Collecting single Riichi sticks.
Yeah. Just your little bonus here and there. Stick here, stick there. It's all wrench on when we're in the pilot seat.
No one's hands look particularly crazy right now. Alexander has an East pair, which is really nice.
It's true. Although we did see Christian just discard one of the Easts. So now we have to be a little bit more cautious. Kind of keep an eye out for if it gets buried.
Yeah, wow. Jeremy facing the Chi-Toi choice.
The Chi-Toi choice? I was thinking Honitsu.
Chi-Toi Honitsu. Yeah, it could be either one.
Cuts the 4-2 pin as well. Definitely trying to hide it, at least from me, or from my read with the hand. And now maybe the 7 pin.
Honitsu.
The 5. Oh, that's where we're going. Okay. I mean, Norse are good in the wall. 4-sos are not great in the wall.
Next East.
Ooh, this could be bad. This could be handlocked. That could actually be a bit of a death sentence for Jeremy. That's going to be one of the better weights to wait on too, especially with the Norths out now and it being a hell weight. East is looking like it's going to be kept in the hand for a while.
Oh, just going to go straight for Toi maybe. Or maybe this is just Honitsu. Toi would be nice, though.
Honitsu with a Toi route. Right?
Yeah.
You're expecting Chun. You're definitely expecting South. We'll throw the Hatsu here. That's twice out. We may even throw the East just to kind of see it out. Yep. And it gets checked. 8-mon is going to come out from dealer Alexander.
I wonder if he was thinking that the Hatsu was going to be safer. And so, because the East, even though it was once cut kind of early, once you get to late second row, third row, you're like, well, there's one out, but where are the rest of them?
This is gross. Surely we wait on the Dora, right? 3-5-mon Kanchan. And yes, we are. We're going to discard 8-mon. There's that Dora 4-mon. I cannot imagine that's coming out from Christian. Can we do 5-mon? And the question is, do we have anything better than 5-mon? And I think the answer is no, unless we're folding, which I think with Jeremy, I would not fold here. We're going to play 7 to start. We see Kabe on the 6, so that makes sense. We could have tried to apply that logic for the 8 as well, keep the Toi, but now we have Dora pair. Can we cut 5? We'll play 1-so. Christian still being a little bit hesitant. Is this going to push Alexander over the edge? Nope. 2-so will get checked. We will not be pawning. This has got to be cheat 2-so drop.
Oh, trust draw it yourself, I guess.
We want to obscure the hand. The question is, when do we check this 5? And it looks like just for Tempai. And we're going to Riichi on 4-7 pin, which is not the best weight, but Pinzu very cheap suit. And with this pressure, dealer Alexander might decide to play that 4-pin. We'll check the 1s first. They'll pass 4-pin out. That surely comes before the 5-mon, especially with the 1-pin just coming. But Jeremy very disciplined, just folds.
I wonder
Reads the safe three.
too, because it doesn't look like any of the tunes are out. They just buried really
Tunes
deep.
or the South. The South and the
Yeah.
Tune both super buried. The first one drawn there. So a bit unlucky from Jeremy.
Yeah, I think Jeremy thinks maybe like the South tunes would deal in his hands, unfortunately. Not that it has no value, obviously, but is a little too
It's gotta be
difficult
one
to play
so.
with two Riichis on the table. So he's just
Yeah.
gonna exit stage left.
You have so many things that could deal in here. It's just very scary. And does see that the 4-pin would have dealt in. Definitely going to pick that up. So Ryukoku happening for both. Not a huge deal. And I mean, Jeremy wins this hand, and they're still leading in second going into South 1. Not the worst string of events.
Keeping it really tight with Valentine. And honestly, Christian not too far behind anyways, only math 2-ish K, less than.
Yeah. About 2K, and again, everybody's still got Mangan Sumo range just about from Alexander, especially if they were to win this hand. So I imagine everyone's still going to play pretty tight with 2,600 as an added bonus in the middle too. Everyone is going to have efficiency as king. It looks like Valentine is going to be leading that conversation. He's going to even throw the 2-pin back, is going to stay on this Ishan 10, not switch it up, not go for anything weird. We may see the 7-pin out now for the East, and we do. Safe tile, tons of bonus if you pair it up, and then can triple it.
Alexander looked at his hand and said, yeah, that's pretty much just Hanyao, and I can run away as fast as possible with the 26. Unfortunately, Valentine does reach Tempai first here on a nice Pinfu weight, 3-6.
Yeah, hits the 5-so Kanchan, so now not even an ugly way. We have reached Pinfu with a lot of points in the middle, incentivizing some push and go. Although the problem is this 3-6-9 is really risky from Alexander, who's open with so many of the 6-pins gone and that hand in front. You got to imagine it's not unlikely that 3-6 or 6-9 is one of the deal-in Suji, at least for the Pinzu. We're not exactly forced to check it yet, but we're not feeling good. We're going to throw 5-5. Half Suji in the 6-pin makes it very unlikely, especially with the 7. It's like super one chance. But what do we do here? We don't even really have defensive. We'll try the 9s. It'll work. Are we brave enough to do the same with the 3s? Now that we see 3-5s and 3-4s, probably. And we've almost gotten back in the Tempai. We're on 4 mana cross. It looks like Jeremy's going to opt to be defensive.
Jeremy's got this West, and it's the only one. One's cut on the board, sorry. And he's just kind of trapped with it, possibly. Because Dealer Riichi does mean it could be West, and you do not want to give that value when it's such a tight game.
Especially when they were holding that East as well. That's a really weird hold for that long, even by Dealer. So if they had Tonki options, it would make perfect sense to have West and East. So definitely a bit frightening. We could see Tuso out here. Then we have like a backdoor Itsu, but we'll check the 9 instead.
Jeremy, I guess it was just going to be pairs all over the place, but again, that West gumming it up just says I have to leave again.
Yeah, and I mean, play a backdoor Chitoy, you get the West, then you have an option.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
there's
we
a
may
West.
see a fold here. You could, I mean, 2-so's not the worst. There's 3-4-sos. You have 2 3s. We're going to play the 3-so. It'll pass. I imagine we're just looking for K10. The problem is most of our K10s just involve folding out here. This will be 3-so surely from Jeremy. Yeah, we'll do 9-pin even. That'll be a no 10. The problem is what is safe. I'm just going to try the 2-so. It'll work.
Oh, Jeremy, that was so many pairs.
Sometimes the game likes toy 2. Wow! Ultimate throw up the hand from Valentine. A lot of junk.
Yeah.
Haku pair. And nothing much else for it. Hopefully pairing some of that Dora, which we can see is unlikely. Really, I think Jeremy is kind of the front runner for these high pie Shanten. Great shapes,
Christian's
has
really
the
isn't
floating
that
Dora.
bad.
Christian's not terrible, but the shapes are a little bit awkward. I think Alexander
Yeah.
is the other front runner across. Is still missing a lot of shapes, but has a lot of Ryanmen, so those should clean up quite quickly. Even as the 7-pin pair now, so some more Tanyao options that are callable with it too. Although now Jeremy Ishanten on a Riichi Pin Tan and possible Ipeiko depending on the
Ipeiko.
tempai. Efficiency would be 5 or probably 8 mon still here, I believe. We'll play 5, so we're gonna see the pawn the tempai.
Jeremy
I mean,
here,
3,900.
39, yeah,
That's a
that's
lot.
basically the value of many hands.
Yeah. Who needs extra? Keep it nice, keep it simple. Oh, we're gonna see the chi
Oh,
there,
there's the
but trade
kneeling.
offer. Christian will give it, and plus 4,900. That is a nice little bonus for Jeremy as we go into South 1.
Yeah, boosts himself up into second, pushes Christian further into fourth, but Valentine is not too far behind. Jeremy's hand this time, not bad. This is probably going to end up becoming Pinfu. Never mind.
Pinfu, but a Riichi Dora, and especially if you can get the last North, close con that. Ton of value, ton of pressure as dealer.
There's also
And we even have a
chance.
Sanshoku.
Sanshoku, Ipeiko. He does give up the Ipeiko here, but there was a chance for Ipeiko Dora too. But the Pinfu here is, or not Pinfu, I guess.
Pinfu, I mean, even just the Shanten, yeah. Even just taking the most efficient route, you have some options.
The
if you draw like
Ryanmen
2
is
mon,
what I
you could
meant
do
to say.
them. Yeah.
Yep.
But just takes it. Riichi Dora. And again, we still have that North Close Con as an option to pick up a little bit more value. We can see that we've pushed Alexander across off with the 2 tones. Or we're hoping everybody else plays a bit more patient. We are going to see Valentine make kind of a risky Forso check. I'm a little bit interested why South didn't get checked there. I would think that would be a little bit better than Forso, but... Or I guess it's Nakasuji. One So was pushed after, so... Sees the Nakasuji.
I wonder
also
if he's
sees
just
the
really holding... Yeah, Valentine might be holding that South for other... He was just kind of shoving around a little bit, but...
Still wants to play the hand for sure. Taking Ishanten still.
Whenever Alexander pushes the Haku here, it is no times cut, but usually, yep, G high.
Trump you got to take. You can even drop 9-pin for the safe entry, and we will. Around 8-pin 2 So. Terrible weight, but a weight nonetheless. Scary 5 mon gets pushed from Christian. Passes out. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to 5-pin. Makes sense. If you're gonna check a Suji, might as well check, 2 instead of 3. There's that 7 back. We're gonna get Tempai through Conforso.
Everyone is fighting except for Alexander, who is hanging out.
Yeah. Doesn't really want a piece. Very understandable with a hand like that. Not exactly worth it to play ball. Weight-wise, it looks like it might be Jeremy leading. Still 3 4-pins in the wall. 7-pin dead to rights, and there's that 4-pin. Reach, Sumo, Dora. Can we flip an Ura? The answer is no. We're playing honest today. No unearned value. Sumo is our little...
work for every single bit.
On top. Exactly. Honest, hardworking Akanashi Mahjong. That is what we're doing today. Although we may be doing some nonsense. I don't really see it. Jeremy is probably just going to play efficient from what we've seen. We're also going to see Christian open for the double non. Play that 2 Han, maybe pick up some Dora. Yeah, Jeremy's leading.
Decides. I think the Haku, letting the first one pass here is fine anyways. You don't really have a pair. Elsewise, your shapes are kind of, they need things, so you can always pivot to using those whites as safe tiles later.
Wants to play the value. Sees that dealer Riichi is being has been worth quite a lot over these tables. Ooh, when we see the con happen, but now with Dora 2 Haku, although we do get Tempai on 6-9 pin, I can't imagine it'll come out here. We'll play 3 pin to start. Now all of a sudden we have a fight on our hands, although 9 pin surely is just a matter of time before it comes out. Kind of both players are going to struggle, although we might actually see it here. We see the 8 pin first, but 9 pin,
it's coming.
Inevitable. Yeah, Valentine may drop it this next turn. It's not exactly the most expensive hands. It's 26, and yeah, that'll do it.
Yep. Double south. 16
Double south,
so.
the foo. That's why you con terminals. You get the foo upgrades, get a little bit extra.
So Christian's just working his way up, one winning hand at a time. Does pull himself closer to Valentine and then further away from Jeremy. So Jeremy more comfortably in first now. Although I guess Alexander is also right there, so decent spread. Jeremy's hand's not great.
Yeah.
Hatsupon there. Potential Dora acceptance with the 5 so and the 6-7, so could just be Hatsu Dora 1, pull himself closer, bring himself into dealership. Which are all good things for Alexander.
Yep. All good things, all make sense. Very standard to do. Alexander being second to incentivize to try and fight Jeremy for this close fight for first. Although Christian takes this Riichi, deciding
1-3 Shabo
on what we wanted. Gonna take the Shabo. Makes sense. You get a CG trap
6,
after it.
Yeah. Yep.
Ryankon is unlikely here. You also get that last one so as well. Be a little bit tricky. Surely we check the tune here. Really?
No, 6-7. Gives up that Dora acceptance. I think I would have pushed the tune. If there's once cut.
Once cut especially, I think you have to press it. It's a weird pawn from dealer Christian. Shunpai makes a little bit more sense, but I think once out, it's just the hand's too close not to try. Even if you're expecting like a Riichi Dora 1 from dealer, you get so much out of winning this hand.
A lot of those 6-0s getting cut now.
Yeah. I almost wonder if Alexander is missing the tune on the board. Because even I guess East was played post Tempai. I guess just full beta Ori. No risk, where no risk is needed. I guess hasn't really needed to cut anything risky besides Formon.
There's one of the deal-ins.
Yeah,
he's
but
going to squirrel it away. Valentine does deal in, though, on that one.
Yep. Checks with a decent Ishan 10. It was just Riichi Dora 1. It's now Christian trying to make a play on the second race.
Another Tanyao-ish hand for him to try and pull into. 1 Dora visible in Jeremy's hand. 2 Dora visible in Jeremy's hand.
Yep. That is big. Big money.
If his other shapes can get it together.
I mean, Jeremy is used to playing very slow, very efficiency-based, very in the hand, so I'd imagine just knowing that 2 Dora off the table is worth its weight in gold for them. Although it doesn't look like Jeremy is going to have the time across Alexander. Extremely quick hand, even as the Haku pair. Try and make sure that Christian to the right stays down, who also has a pretty fast hand, all things considered. Alexander decided not to take the 8 there. It makes a lot of sense. We also have a Chitoi Ishanten we're able to play, Ranshanten. So we want to stay flexible. We want to make sure we have the Yaku secured. We don't want to overextend for no reason.
Yeah, those Hakus are somewhere in the wall. We'll have to see when they get drawn, because as we enter into mid-row 2, the no times cut honors become way more suspicious.
Yes. Now I'm interested to see what Jeremy is going to choose to do here, because it's getting kind of awkward to play both those Dora. We're almost setting up to have to drop one or the other. Although now with those 3 pins out, we might change our strategy a bit.
Yeah, I was like, I think it is going to be the 1-2 here. I mean, the 2-4-6. Yeah.
Said Chitway Ishanten on the left. Nope, Ryan Shanten.
Yep.
Although across Alexander Ishanten.
That's Tempai for 4-7 so from our dealer. Stays Dama.
Oh, we're greeting on the Takame. I wonder, are you going to pass 7? That's the true question.
I don't think you pass 7 here.
Because that's just Pinton on 7. But if you get the 4, it's Pinton, Ipeiko, Sanshoku, Sumo. That's Haneman. Look at that. Absolutely,
it just takes one good hand.
Massive hand. And that Amon might not have been pawned if the Riichi happened. So Alexander's patience paid off, and oh my goodness, rewarded with another great high pie. Ishanten, if 8 pins drawn, potentially Hatsu Ton, double Yaku High Shaba weight with Adora. This is massive. This hand is crazy. Oh my goodness.
Now, Christian just needs to hope that the wall is going to deliver, as it already has with that incredible high pie.
Yeah. I'd imagine we skip our first Yaku High out, too.
Yeah, I wonder at what point everyone else is watching and going, why is he sumo gearing all of these piles? Granted, the 6-8 is close to the 5, so, once you cut the 5, it's like, oh, well, he just didn't want to use it anymore, but at some point, upgrade,
7,
maybe, Sananko.
Oh, he's just going to take that right away. Not going to see the
does not come out here.
Yeah. Probably 5 so is the standard cut. Makes sense.
7, yeah, it was like 9 so is also, depending on what shape you like, I think.
Well, efficiency-wise, I would imagine you'd be playing the 5. Yeah. Keep the 5-7 on your Yonkon, even with 2 8s out. But like you were saying, I think values it doesn't value the pawn call because the 5 just came out. We're not taking that.
Yeah, there's no route to Yaku if he does call it, since he has that 1 pin. There's no Tanya for him there. But
well, no Doko either. Both 5's dead.
Very sad.
We'll take the 6 though. We'll do the 1 chance trap. Although now 2-6 is dead. Looking a bit harder.
May end up just cutting off that 3 pin is good. May end up just cutting off the 5-7 there entirely if it comes down to it.
Yeah, but without that 3 pin, looks like kind of sticking on the 6 so you get the 3-5-5, which isn't terrible. You get 9 pin for a little extra on the top. We have a free 10 problem with that 8. But we are going to take that. Yeah, we can. Well, I guess we hypothetically have an HG for 6-0, but it doesn't really do anything for us. It leaves us with more problems than it fixes. And there's still 2 tones in the wall, which would be the not quite 5200 on the sumo. Would be, or excuse me, not 52. Wouldn't be the 7700 or dealer.
77. Many Onkos now for Jeremy, and that floating 7 pin.
Looking ominous, right? And I mean, I guess it wouldn't be the worst deal in. It would just be 29 from dealer here. We'll have to see what happens. Could even go Chitoi here. We're gonna drop 2 pin first. Okay. Protecting that 7 pin just a bit more. We won't be able to draw it from the wall, so we'd have to take Tempai on it. Although with Anko 4 mon, Anko 7 mon, I can't imagine that's going to happen. Still 2 tons in
Yeah.
the wall. Somehow, some way.
Dealer's been Sumo Giri since the beginning of row 2, so everyone is looking with their eyes.
And we do have Senpai taken across on 4-7.
Oh,
Shompai East is weird.
there's
Here.
no way that's coming out.
I'd
What's the safest
expect
tile
7
here?
pin.
Yeah, one pin maybe.
1 pin makes a lot of sense.
Oh no.
Shompai East, I feel like we gotta check. Not 77, just 58 or 52. Oh!
No, it is 77. He pushed the
yeah,
East.
Onko 4. The Onko 3,
Yep.
so yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that's kind of expensive now. And now Christian is giving themselves a very good buffer for this South round. Even more
Jeremy, who is closest currently, has already passed his dealership, so not that he can't catch up, but the threat is a little easier to manage. And then Alexander, who has a dealership left, can still make it if he's able to grab something here. Has a Sanchoku path.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense to play it that way. Technically, well, I was going to say if you keep that one so, you have some weird moves to like a Junchan Sanshoku, but a little unreasonable, and I think Alexander sees that, just wants to play efficient. Jeremy here looks to be the killer on the table with Hatsu Oncode.
Hatsu
or
pair.
excuse me, not Onko.
Yeah.
Hatsu pair, looking for the Onko or the regular non-on triplet co of it. We'll have to see if Valentine is going to push that Dora. I can't remember if Valentine has been pushing those. I'm unsure.
Valentine's been holding on to them. Doesn't seem to like dropping Dora very much. The problem here is that his hand, it really is just the Hatsu that is valuable. So I think he has to either commit to cutting it or to holding on to it and hoping to either pair it up or draw it for Tanki. Because he's so far behind, he needs that value. He has a dealership, but being in all last as dealer can sometimes be very dicey because you're just, 1,000 points can take it away from you. So in this case, he's going to want to try and play for additional points now if he can.
Yeah, even it up a little bit. Not have to be so desperate for Renshan in the final hands makes a lot of sense. We also are going to see Christian moving away from those east. Could have had like a weird Chitoy route, but doesn't like it. Puts them back, says I'm in first. Even with me being dealer, there's 2 east out. I want to play efficient.
It should be pawns, yes. There you go.
Yeah, it would have to be for Jeremy. It's too much value to pass up. You're going to see the 6-pin cut. We are going to commit to keeping the 7-so. We don't want to go back to Shanten this late. I'm noticing that the European players, or at least these on the table, really, really respect efficiency at all costs. That seems to be kind of the leading strategy. None of them seem like they are fishing very hard for value routes that are further out. Everyone's just kind of playing quickest tempi from the looks of it.
I would say Jeremy is the only one who's been fishing a little bit for value. But yeah, it seems like they appreciate, because I guess it is just if you win, that's more valuable than having a very expensive hand that doesn't win.
Yeah. We are going to see a challenge here from Valentine, going to give Tempai on 369 for Jeremy. 9-mon looking
5-8.
very safe to the Riichi. Yeah, 5-8 pin too. Although, actually, still 3 in the wall, which is kind of crazy. 2 5 pins, 2 8 pins. 369, is that more dead at this point? That might be. Oh, an 8 pin. Last one wins. Reach Sumo.
No Ura, so 7-13.
44. I was going to say a good hand here, though, will do great things. And if this isn't a good hand, I don't know what is. Problem is, Alexander across also not the worst hand in the world With the right 2 draws, we can get there. We're gonna see the Kaze High or the off winds. I don't 100%
He's
know what that
not
would be called.
north. Yeah, he's
Yeah, not north. It's not
south
Kaze
here,
High.
but
We have the Haku though, so
um,
we're secured 3 Han expected. We also have a Chanta route for some additional values, some floating actual Yaku
yeah.
High for another Han.
Yeah, Valentine's looking hopefully to grab one of those additional value honors to pair up and call for stuff generic. The Dora, so hedging, maybe not Honitsu anymore, but if you can pair up Dora, then it could be
Same value.
Yeah, Haku, Chanta, Dora, 2, 3, maybe. So that's pretty good. Although 2 of them here in Jeremy's hand means that they left for Valentine to draw. It does pair up the Chun, which is very fun.
9-pin here. Yep, a 9-pin we do see out. Makes perfect sense. You got your value. You're guaranteed Mangan. You don't really have Hanemon routes. It would kind of just be toy at this point, I would think. Right, yeah, because even Chanta with both Yaku high calls would not be enough. It's really just if we get the toy upgrades, which are there. Myth plausible.
Jeremy has this tune.
Interesting.
That is no times cut, and so now becomes suspicious. But it could have been like a Honitsu switch over here if he was willing to cut 7, 8, 5, 6, but I don't know if he can do that considering that the 5, 6 looks pretty bad.
Yeah, it looks like this Honitsu's moved along, especially once we get the west cut from hand shown, or once out. That's a pretty good chance that we're in Tenpai, which we can see we're not. Now we'll check the tune. Oh, and that 9.
Jeremy
and that's
says I have to. Yeah, Jeremy says I have to get out now.
Yeah, third pawn with the 2-so cut, we're not taking it. That is definitely Tenpai. We might have been Tenpai before. We are definitely Tenpai now. And if I am Christian on the right, I was going to say, I don't even know if I show that one, so I might just want to hide it. Think Valentine or give any info. Oh, Tenpai.
Yeah.
We'll take it. 4-so came out.
So only.
Is one left in the wall.
Yeah.
Small chance. We still have not gotten Tenpai. We actually might see 2 goes on the 7. Well, not 2 goes on the 7-so because we would have to deal in as dealer Alexander. The 6-9 on almost the death sentence. If we draw it. Because K10, it seems to be pretty worth it.
Yeah, Christian has decided he's leaving. He drew that 5-so, broke up his Tenpai. Oh, deal in there.
Yeah. Alexander wants the Riichi Pinfu and deals into the open Honitsu. It's not Hanemon, so could have been worse, but not great.
Immediate con.
Turn 1 value con with the Haku. That's +1 Han minimum. And look at that Honitsu in the Dora suit. Absolutely stunning. Jeremy is
going to try and take a quick second here. He and Valentine are far too close. And Valentine conning immediately, has to raise a couple flags.
Yeah. Absolutely massive hand. We want to shut that down. We even see Valentine just playing the efficiency too, not even going all in on the Honitsu. Perfectly fine with the Riichi Dora Haku, which immediately Mangan with the Fu. We are going to see the pawn.
No Riichi here, but is going to take Tenpai.
Okay. On the 3-6 mod, just 77, but that'll at least pass Jeremy. So that's something. Pawn, not quite Tenpai yet from Jeremy, who definitely still wants to really, really shut down this dealer hand. And speaking of shutting down, Ishan 10 now for Alexander across. And with 2 indicators, Definitely just
Oh,
wants
no.
to end this, but 3/6
Ugh.
mon, and we're gonna deal it. And Jeremy trading places. Oh, it was not quite 40. So
Yeah,
just
I
30
think.
food on the 3 Han, which is the 260 equivalent, 58. So almost 1-for-1
Yeah.
swap.
I don't think I take that chi there, actually. I don't like the shaping. I chi 5 mon and then drop maybe like...
Yeah.
Because I think the 2/5 so looked pretty nice. You know, it felt felt way more flexible to maintain the current shapes than shove the 2, than to chi the 2 mon and shove the 3, but...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just because
That
it doesn't put
adds
you in
up.
tempai, and then you're just sitting there with fewer tiles to defend. And bad shaping options.
And it looks like Valentine going to try and run the Renshan back with a non-Dora hand from the looks of it.
Valentine has 1 Dora, I think, but is it's gonna... South looks pretty nice.
Yeah,
Just 'cause
non-Dora.
it's early, so... Yep, there it is.
Immediately get
Tempai.
on tempai. It doesn't really have toy switches. Even if we draw like a second 3, so we wouldn't go to a toy shift. We would drop one of our pairs if we really wanted to play both. But I'd imagine here we're just kind of keeping tempai and hitting the Renshan button going again. I like to say when you're dealer and win these sort of small hands, it's hitting the Tenho slot machine. You just pull it, get the wrench on, hope you eventually hit the jackpot.
8-pin would deal in here. Jeremy thinking really hard about the shapes that he wants to keep. Avoids it by cutting the 8 so.
I mean, a 7 out. And the other thing is we kind of have like a Sananko toy, or excuse me, not toy. Yeah, I guess like a Sananko, potentially toy, maybe even chi toy route for Jeremy. And with the 6 pins almost blocking off the 8s, that looks like a good candidate to hit Toitsu. And we even see a committance there.
Yeah, he did backfire lightly on the 7 there, and backfires immediately on the 6 as well, though. It saves him in a way because he probably would have dealt in on the 8 there. But Valentine is going to take points away from Christian. And while Christian is more comfortably far ahead for first, he probably still wants to try and keep his cushion if possible. So Valentine trying to shrink that cushion, if not take first by Renchoning a million times.
Yeah, you definitely, if you are Christian here, want to build up the gap as much as possible. You want to say, as long as I'm within a placement and X amount of score of Valentine, I'm good to go. And the more buffer you can build for that, the better. And it looks like Christian is going to try to end this here. We have the Sha and the Chun, both Yakuhai, looking to call and go, end it really quick. Even have the Anko here. So now we can think about getting a little crazy, going for some points. Valentine going to pass the 9 pin as well, with the 6-9 pin needed for that 7-8 dying out a little bit. Does not want to overextend even with Yaku via the Haku call, via the White Dragon.
Yeah, would have potentially thought about it if he had another pair maybe, but with Haku as his only pair currently. Formerly. But
yeah, now draws the other, but didn't have it before. We are going to take the Haku though. And I mean, honestly, yeah, decides to even cut the 8 with 3 9 pins out, so it's not worth my time. Interesting decision here, I guess.
Itsu chance.
Ooh, okay. And cuts the 9s. I was thinking you do 6 pin minimum there and then can get a little crazy after that, but just decides full up to cut 9s. Maybe thinks the 6 pin is already a little too dangerous. 7 mana cross. And now we're debating on whether we're going chi toy. We're going to do the 2 mana hedge.
Should be 9 so here.
Not out, but not in. Yeah, this one has to be 9 so. And then if you draw, say, 1 mon, and maybe even 8 mon, but most likely just 1 mon, you can kind of make a decision on what you want to do.
8 mon might also be okay because you still have Pinfu route and you can cut one of the overlapping shapes on the 147 in Pinzu. Probably the 2-3 pin, I imagine, since Valentina's cut 2-4 pin. But
Yeah.
should be a chi here for Tempai.
I'm going to take Sanso. Looking to finish this game up. 2
Maybe
pin.
north here? No.
We'll throw it back. Sun Minchan's nice, although the problem is this 1-4 side of the Sun Minchan is now really, really struggling.
Yeah, and the one side gives value, so that's tough.
If we would have played the efficient 9, would have gotten there, but hindsight is 2020 for a reason. The question is Alexander going to take that? The answer is no. Won't open up for the last 8. That's Tempai found on 7 Mon for dealer. 1 left in the wall. There's still 3 Sanso left in the wall. That's kind of crazy. Christian definitely leading in the Tempai race.
Huh.
Yeah, we are going to con through 6 pin. And that all of a sudden makes Alexander have a nuclear Toy Shantan. Problem is, nuclear Toy, or Chitoy, excuse me. Nuclear Chitoy Shantan is worth the same value as no 10 at draw. Fun fact. So
it's true.
With 3 draws left, it's looking like that's what the hand is worth because they're going to struggle. They're not playing 3 Mon. 6 Mon is looking rough to get, and 4 or so, not much better. I'll play the 7
Jeremy
pin.
draws fully unseen Shonpai west because there's Sanzo. Does this get shoved?
This is going to be west. Oh no, Shonpai. Yeah.
Shonpai. So I think it is going to be north.
We're going to throw the north. Yeah. It doesn't see a win, so it's just like, you know what? Let's get out safe. Let's not overextend to get crazy here.
There's another 7 Mon. So.
Ooh, could switch here. I don't hate the 2-so, and yep, we are going to take the switch. Try and get that 3 pin. Figure maybe a 4-so might look a little bit safer.
Yeah, Valentine, the 2-so is Suji to his earlier 5-so cut. So everyone knows Valentine is Tempai at that point, having sumo carried so many tiles. But Christian manages to keep the gap the way that it was, and they're going to continue into the next Renchon.
Yep. Build the gap from 3rd and 4th as this game ends as well. Definitely a good result for Christian and even Valentine. Just build up as many points as possible from 3rd and 4th. If you got to go head to head versus one player, do what you can. Although not kind of like last hand, Valentine has that Yakuhai Hatsu ready to call, but not much else going on. Although with the Anko now, bit more flexibility. The thing is, Jeremy has the double non. 2 Han locked, loaded, ready. You're just going to cut the 1-2 so early. Doesn't want to try and fish that 3-so. Wants the Sanshoku chance on the 7-so. Really interesting discard.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's thinking if I'm going to try and make a play here, I want to try and get a couple more points than just double south only.
Yeah. Could even maybe go Honitsu on a very far off land.
I don't think so. I think this might just be attempting to get
ambitious.
value.
Yeah, now with the 2 pin, definitely not. But with before the 2 pin, maybe I could see you justifying like a shape down here, there, everywhere.
Yeah, everyone's hands started off kind of mediocre, a little bit of floating things here and there, but the draws are proving to give them additional value and such. So Christian gonna kind of hard push the Tanyao route here if possible, cutting 1-1 pin.
Yep.
Should be 1 pin here again.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 hombo on the table, 1,000 points plus an additional 900 isn't so bad here. Maybe
Oh, jeez. 2 3 Mon is pretty standard. All 1, maybe 2 Mon. Ooh, it drops to 6. I think with 4 1-mons out, I kind of like 2-mon there. Because the problem is,
I
again,
think
you
it's
don't get any value from the Sanshoku, or you don't get any value from the Sanminchan.
Mm.
One side of it's completely dead. 6-mon out. Are we going to chief or Tempai?
No.
No. Greedy. Will we be rewarded? We really only get rewarded on 7-pin or 9-pin draw. We're going to see the 9-pin shift. With the 8-pins out, it's really bad. Now, at least there's 3 6-pins we can't see, so a bit better for an end weight for Valentine. If we get 7 or 8-mon.
3-pin is a nice pickup for Jeremy, so I think it would be 2-3 cut here.
Cut to 3, a little bit of Sakigiri from the looks of it. 1 4-pin, not exactly the best to fit around that Dora, but another way to not play Dora, which is a blessing here. And we are going to see Tempai. The question is, are we going to see a Riichi from Valentine? And we are. It'll be Riichi Hatsu.
Riichi
Not
7-pin for Hatsu. Nothing. No Dora currently. Yes. Just Riichi Hatsu.
And 2-mon, a little too scary. We have an extra shape as well. 2-pin, surely we pawn that. Yeah, and we are going to take that. Makes a lot of sense. So. Ishanten, we can play 7-pin, and we're out. Jeremy's so passive, even behind. Really does not want to take any risks on this board. Just an absolute wall. Still round 1 of the final. Still game 1. So, I mean, this is, like, players still do have a full additional game to try and make their moves, make their plays, but it's just so, like you're not doing anything for the hurdle with a hand where it feels like this is where you want to make the play to make it a little bit less for the final game. Like, even if you can't Gaku 10, you at least limit Valentine. You have a couple other options. Can't con this.
Nope.
And we're going to play 2-pin. 2 players, Tempai, Alexander, and Valentine. And is Jeremy's patience rewarded? All of a sudden, we have a bit of a hand. We're even going to throw 1 3-pin. I'd imagine we are looking Dora Honitsu for some value if we can draw a couple Sozu back to back.
I actually don't know if I like the 1-pin drop because I feel like this also could have been Chanta if you're hoping to pick up the Dora, which is 1 so. There's like an odd hedge towards like 1 2 3 Sanshoku, Chanta.
So it's a lot to play at the same time, though. Like you drop 2-mon, it kind of hurts the Chanta. It takes away the Sanshoku. Like it's weird. Maybe the 2 3 4, and you just drop the 1-pin. I guess you have a Honroto too, so maybe you drop the 3-pin first, even though it seems a bit odd. That's kind of an interesting route to build in. It's a lot of value too.
Yeah, I think a hedging weight would have just been the East, honestly. Holding on to 2, 7, 9, 1, 3, 3, 4. Like, the East, you know, is a very good safe tile for later, probably. But if you were trying to hedge all your value options, then dropping the East makes a lot of sense to me.
I think you still get the Honitsu. It's safer later on. If the dealer happens to have a pair, you stall them out a little bit on it, which is also nice. You can kind of force their hand to slow down a little bit. And then if it's Shonpai super later on, then you're like, oh, okay, I shouldn't drop this. But it looks like, and we are going Honitsu, just not in the suit you'd expect. Maybe trapping that 1 so a little bit. Problem is, we're not really getting Mangan out of this.
Unless you manage to pair up the 1 so, and then you can just call it away.
Well, for Chanta specifically, which this is a Chanta call. Are we going to play Haku? Or are we going to play the 5-mon? Nope, we're going to play the Haku, full efficiency. Which I guess if you call 6-mon, you could also drop 1 so and go the Honitsu instead. You would lose the Mangan value, but worst fates. That is true. Now we can take Itsu, dropping the West. Although that will be very telegraphed after one open. Players are definitely going to be making sure to avoid the Itsu drops. And speaking of Honitsu, even Shinitsu on the right, Christian really wants to increase this lead. Are we going to see the 6-pin? It comes,
And the
it goes.
Should immediately go, yep. Is going to be looking to switch Tonki, so the 4-pin is dead entirely. Everyone for sure is now looking at Pinzu suspiciously.
Remon. Do we play? I don't hate the West because you draw 6 and then upgrade the Itsu.
West is also impossible for Tonki either because it is out in Alexander's pool.
True.
Oh my god, what am I looking at?
We have a Tenpai. It's Chinitsu. It should just be... I think it's 3... Oh my goodness, what is that? Is that 369? There's something else there. 36947. That's what it is.
47. Yeah, it's not Chinitsu from the 567 college.
Or not Chinitsu, yes.
Now. Yep.
The coffee is not doing its work. 7 will come out. Valentine, a little bit more. 1K all practically after all this Homba. And now all of a sudden, making a real play on first. Hold on.
Yeah, previously mentioning that you don't necessarily want to be the all-last dealer in case somebody does take it away with 1,000 points, like the all-last dealer in a severe deficit, but Valentine making good on his efficiency work and clawing those points away 1,500 at a time from some Ryokokus. He did get that big hand from earlier. I believe it was the 77, or was that 58 maybe, but...
I believe at 58,
definitely made some good plays.
But with a sticker too, and I think a homebrew too at that point, it was close enough for sure. And that's why we say Renchan is king. 1 Renchan hand, not that much, but now on our 5th Renchan or our 4th Renchan, it's important, and we are getting a lot of points. And now any 3 Han win, which a Reach Pin Fudora can certainly get you there. Valentine would be leading as we would head into another dealer round. That is going to be 4 so out. We're going to play the Dora a bit longer. Try and hold it near dear, close to our hand. And no one really seems like they're going to be able to confront our dealer, besides maybe Christian. Can even cheese 7 so if it comes out from Jeremy to lock in the Itsu. Try and end this dealer run. But we have to get 7 so first. And last time I counted, Amy, I believe 7 so's are dead. 2 from Alexander and 2 from our dealer Valentine means that Christian is going to struggle to build an Itsu that is not possible.
Yeah, Jeremy here has become Ishanten, looking to draw around the 6-pin, 6-mon, and now potentially 3 so. I think he's just gonna chuck it back. Oh no, okay.
No, I was wondering if we go cheat toy there, like a cheat toy Tanyo. Play, or I guess we can't really play Dora, so takes the 8-pin, definitely just wants the Reach Pin Ton Dora.
3-mon suspicious here with that 4 drop, but it's going to get pushed anyways. Yeah, the 3 from Jeremy is interesting to me because he would be furry 10 on the 5 so maybe he's hoping to draw the 5 back, or another 2 for Ipeko.
Yeah, I mean, I guess again, like playing that efficiency we were talking about, it's not like that 6-pin does a whole lot of good for you, especially with all the Dora already seen. And the 8, we're not even going to entertain the Itsu. It's almost like we're a mind reader for Christian. Avoided needing that 7 so for that Itsu. Those 2 out 9s. We're Ishanten right now. A lot of Ukeire. The question is, can we get there in time? 8-mon, are we going to call it? Valentine draws the 8 so Tenpai 5-8. Pinfu Dama would be Pinfu Ipeko on the 8. Which honestly might come out from Christian, especially if we draw 6-mon.
No.
Although we'll cut 7-8.
He's going to here. Oh, avoids it. draws for the Shabo 5-7.
Kenpai on 3-pin.
3-pin only. Poor Jeremy here has unfortunately had to exit.
For 8-10 on the 7-2, we're not switching there.
No.
It's looking
Especially
like a
with all
lot
of
of
them out.
K10. Yeah. You know, this might be crazy. I might Riichi there if I'm our dealer, Valentine. Try and push people away from K10. Oh, and the sumo from Christian after the call from Jeremy. Just collects our sumo Nomi worth its weight in gold, securing first place and building a 20-point buffer for the second game on Valentine. A huge, huge advantage. 10 points and an Uma placement.
Yeah,
Minimum
Christian has
bonus.
to be really happy about that.
Yeah.
Tonki sumo, 3-pin looking weird. Not a great Tonki, and no possibility of ronning anybody. So sumoing there was for sure gonna be a boost in spirits.
Mm-hmm.
That is game 1. So Alexander, unfortunately, kind of sitting real low at the bottom there. Has to make up a ton of work if there's any possibility of taking first. Jeremy also not looking too hot, but could potentially try to swing it. But it's definitely Christian and Valentine fighting for their top placements if they can.
To be fair, Jeremy in game 1 of the semifinals of their pool did get a, I believe, plus 75k raw score. So essentially a plus, what is that? A plus 60, which would be more than plenty to catch up here. Now, the hard part is you've done it once, you have to do it again, which one time is already hard enough. But I mean, it's happened already today. You know, does lightning strike twice is the question.
We'll just have to find out in the next game. I think there's a little bit of a break in between right now, but
yep.
We will be back shortly in the next, I think it's maybe like 10-minute break.
Yeah, 5-10 minutes, something like that. A little bit of a commentator change to taking Jen out from the cupboard for me. You'll get more expert Jen Shanten analysis coming into the final game for the European finals.
They started already, so there's a 5-minute break. Yeah, just a 5-minute break.
Look at that.
So, but Harrison is out. He has a prior commitment, and this took a long time for the first game. So
they were really racking up those Renchons.
I mean, there's a lot on the line, and WRCC is not. I mean, it's a pretty big deal these days. You know, when we first started WRC, it was hard to get enough people to travel out for it, and now it's hard to get a seat in it, and everybody travels, even if they're not in it. There's people traveling to Japan last year, even without any seats. So
yeah, worldwide competition now for sure. Extremely prestigious. Has anyone from the Europe current table been to WRC? I think so, right?
I'm pretty sure Valentine and Jeremy both came in Tokyo. For sure, Jeremy was playing. I think Valentine as well. Someone in the chat might know better. I don't have my program with me right now. Otherwise, I could look. I mean, there were so many people there. I can't remember exactly who was playing and who wasn't. So I remember seeing both of them, I believe, but also people come at different times, not just during WRC, so sometimes it's hard for me to remember where I saw people. Alright, so that is starting in 3 minutes from now. If you want to take a quick break, then that's perfectly fine. And we will start when the game starts.
Yeah, so it'll be so interesting to see how this initial high pie opens up as well. That can be a real mental factor for the game. knowing that in set play, for example, like you know you're behind, so unlike other styles of play, you have to focus significantly more on all the math.
Oh yeah, Valentin was at the final table in Vienna. That is correct. I did commentate that as well. I was only thinking Tokyo for some reason, but yes, Jeremy also came to Tokyo. But Valentin has been just instrumental in WRPM in Europe, setting so much stuff up and organizing so much stuff. And this is all like grassroots stuff, right? So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and it's the WRPM members who are doing it. I know, like, also you have been doing a ton in the US, right?
We're doing our best over here. I am trying to get myself more involved, although it's a little bit more with the just logistics of running Sparrow's Nest Studio, which is one of the home bases for a lot of our competitions like WRL. Yeah, a lot of respect for everyone who's working really strictly on the WRPM program and trying to get people involved and opening up all those opportunities for people to go compete in pro tournaments. So
of course, this
really
is
high level
WRL,
play.
so that's also massive.
Yeah, this is true. This is also WRL, although it is the European side, which I don't have a lot to do with. I believe Valentin actually did do a lot of the organizing for this as well.
Yeah, and they have live events as well, the same way that the US does. Generally, only one city, and it's a couple of days. So they have basically they have majors, and not really many minors. And in the US, and we have both. So it's a huge effort and so much coordination between so many people. I'm just in awe and trying to keep up with my. I'm sort of a bridge to the Japanese side. Lots of players and lots of competitions that WRPM pros are eligible for, and it's just so much happening all at once, and it's so different from going back in the ReachMahjong.com days when we would have a Sunday meetup, and that was basically the entire Reach community outside of Japan. It was getting together. We had a forum where people were posting, and we had we did meetups every Sunday, and I'd send books to people, or books or tile sets or something as little prizes. It is just exponentially grown. Whoa, look at all of these honor tiles in Jeremy's hand. Jeremy, our first dealer. Not a great hand for a dealer.
No, not what you want to see, and not even really like a Kokushi hedge here. Has a couple too many of those middle tiles in the other suits. Although, as you continue drawing, maybe things will happen. But in this case, Jeremy is just going to push full efficiency for a normal hand as much as possible.
A Kokushi draw. I did have, so the person who introduced me to JPML, her policy was if she had one of each wind, then she would go for Kokushi.
I actually, in Jeremy's case here, actually, I probably would have done something similar. I have one of each wind, one of each dragon, which in my opinion is the hardest ones to get because people like to hold on to their ones and nines a little bit compared to their honors and dragons. But in this case, Jeremy is just going to have to push forward.
Yeah, especially with nothing paired up, then, I mean, the only problem is being dealer. If you're not dealer, it's way easier to just make that hedge and not, just plan to fold. Basically, this is a throwaway hand, and I'm going to go for the biggest possible thing. And I think at this point, Jeremy's also going to just have to fold because it's just not coming together, and there's an early reach with a couple of middle tiles discarded before it, so it looks like a pretty good weight as well from Jeremy's perspective.
Yeah, Christian has a nice Pinfu, no value, but is going to immediately run Valentin. So it's just going to be reach Pinfu for 2,000 points. Gets his Riichi stick back, which is also very nice. Ends Jeremy's very unfortunate dealership.
Yeah, that was rough.
Hopefully Jeremy's not too rattled by it. Sometimes that first hand can be really indicative about how the game will go for you if you believe in that kind of thing. And
I think the roughest part
depending
is
on
because Jeremy's starting negative in this game with minus 15.5
Yeah.
in third place. And this time it's not too advanced. This time it is first place only.
to win, yes,
And
first
I
place
found an
only.
anecdote while you and Harrison were were commentating as a European inspiration. I learned what chopsticks are called in French. Have you heard this?
I have not heard this one. I'm not sure.
They call it two baguettes.
I see.
Which I thought was adorable. Okay.
Two little sticks. They are baguette colored sometimes too, so I'll give it to them. Jeremy probably just looking for a Tanya Dora type hand. Pinfu if possible, but we'll see how that ends up going. Valentine looking at 7, 8, 9 Sanchoku. Maybe Ipeko. Maybe not. Should be 8 so here, I think. Oh, 4 so is also okay, but kind of like the 8 so.
Yeah, a lot of people like to hang on to the twin sequence potential shapes. I'm not a big fan of those on the edge. Maybe more in the middle with the bulging shape when it's in the middle. But this is a great Sanshoku shape. Sanshoku
Yeah, sorry, 8 so was
guaranteed.
Dora, so didn't want to deal that. I forgot about that. Jeremy, a little trapped now. Ishan 10 still, though, on Tanya Dora 1. So if he draws the 7 so, I imagine it might be a chasing Riichi there. Oh, 8 so, cheat away. Let's see here. Oh, they changed seating slightly. So, let's see. Christian is 1 away with a Dora adjacent tile, so maybe doesn't love that. Thinking about Ching here for Tempai. Is he going to shove the 6? He does.
All the 5s are
7
spoken for.
dealing.
What a great hand for Valentine, and just could not get that winning tile. Everyone is playing so aggressively in this hand with very small points, actually.
This has to be a cheat play from Jeremy. We are already at the 5 pairs, 1 away.
Also, wizard ones are called baguette in French.
That one I did know.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. So that makes even more sense, because I would say that chopsticks remind me of wizard ones a little bit more than bread.
Yeah. So Jeremy rejects a normal hand there. Could have switched a little bit and tried to call the white away, but in this case is going to just hedge.
I might have been inclined even to go for sort of a sequence hand, but the 1 away is just too tempting. Because of the 4-4-5-5 shape, you can still take 2 Dora to that. Alright, maybe triples.
Oh. This should just be 2 8-mon at some point, because this can become Sanonko or Suonko if he gets the correct draws.
The 2 is a really good weight for a Chitoi, though, at this point.
Yeah, especially as he's cut off the 3, 4, 5, so the 2 looks pretty good to him. But in this case, right. Another draw.
Wanjen Shanten.
Inching his way closer to Yakuman, which would be a fantastic help in this game.
Yeah, that's what Wanjen Shanten means, is 1 away from Yakuman. Because
I understand.
I go for Yakuman way too much. I guess.
It's kind of funny, Jeremy. Jeremy had a chance at Kokushi previously with all of his odd draws and now has a chance at Suwanko. So maybe the game is trying to encourage him.
Yeah, possibly. Is this a pull? Oh, okay, let's go. I love it. I love it. Take the shot at the Yakuman. If you have to pull in the second Haku, the second white dragon, that's fine.
Yeah, but let the first one pass in an attempt. Is just going to shove, says, I have the value, and even if this is dealer Riichi, I hopefully will be able to get what I need out of it. Maybe the 7's so here. It's a little bit more blocked off that he can see. Yeah. Again, trying not to play recklessly. Unfortunately, there is a sumo, so it's just Riichi, Tsumo, Pinfu, Dora, Tanyao, and 1 Ura. So that's 6k all, and Christian pulls himself up into a even better first place. Christian, as anybody might recall, was first place in the previous game as well. So, not that people can't fight with this, but Christian has given himself a nice little cushion. Is going to probably look for still trying to accumulate points if possible, but now very aware of not dealing in if things come about. If somebody looks like they are particularly dangerous, Christian is probably going to be more conscientious of that. But as for everyone else's hand currently, Valentine has a nice Pinfu-ish hand, maybe. Ipeko, if he's able to draw it. Jeremy here has a pair of East, but not sure if he's looking to open it up at all. He has no value besides the East, and so it would be very cheap if he did open up. And again, with set play, he's really looking to try and acquire points if he can. And Alexander, this is it's a Tanyao hand, probably, but again, looking for points, it's a little tough.
The one thing about Jeremy's hand and the appeal to go for a cheap win is to end Meadows' dealership, Christian's dealership, and not let him get any points because he is running away with it at this point.
That's true. That's true. That being said, 1 East comes out here, does not get pwned. Again, is going to pass that first one. Just hoping to either draw it himself or get additional value elsewhere. So now has an Ipeko type shape. Again, the 4, 5, 6 there. Is going to cut off the 8, 9 for Dora acceptance. The Riichi for Riichi, Tanyao, Pinfu, maybe Dora. There's one of them. Yeah, it's going to go east here. I don't think the 9-mon is that bad, but east is probably safer. Should be east again. He's past the epots here. Maybe 8, 9 here. No, the 4 just passed. Is going to exit.
That also leaves the open-ended gut shot shape. The 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, which is super efficient, but it doesn't matter if your Kamicha draws their winner.
So Valentine says, I'm not going to give up first without a fight. Sumos himself a Mangan and is now dealer. So he manages to grab more points from Christian, who was dealer and had to pay out the dealer penalty.
I think we see Jeremy going for a flush here.
I agree with that sentiment. I think the flush is a great hand with this setup. I think he has a lot of, because he has so many center tiles to draw around. He could also just take normal Tempai if it comes around, but in this case, I like the greed.
So also going with these policies that it's not as common nowadays, but when I started playing, it was super common for people to have certain policies. Takeo Kojima, Mr. Mahjong's policy was if you have 8 or more of one suit, then you always go for a flush. It's a little bit old-fashioned.
It's always good to hedge your options, but I think sometimes hard committing is also a great option. Valentine has hard committed to, it looks like a flush potentially in, or a half flush really, in the Manzu suit, has been chucking these Pinzu away. Speaking of Suwanko, we are here at Ishanten once again with Alexander. Could also be a normal hand if he draws the one pin, but hopefully is maybe looking to not draw the one pin, probably wants the higher value here. And this is a push from Valentine for Chanta. Chanta Dora 1, maybe 2 probably, looking to Tonki on the Dora. I think I chi this. Yeah. Big flexy shapes.
Also, it's very clear, probably to Jeremy, that Valentine doesn't. Actually, no. Valentine's hand looks kind of. Okay, I don't know. Never mind. He doesn't look like a flush anymore at all. But maybe he's hoping that he doesn't need any more Sozu with that 5 so discard.
Valentine's hand looked like an odd Kokushi hedge for a little bit, throwing away so many of those center Pinzu, but now you have to kind of imagine it might be Chanta, so cheating the 7-8-9 mon. It could still be Honitsu, but the 5-7 center cut makes it kind of awkward. That is Tenpai, unfortunately, on the wrong side of things for Alexander, so again, could take the Ipeiko shape. Is going to do so for 1 so 3 mon. Unfortunately, no value upgrade in drawing San Anko.
Now Jeremy has a full flush and a full straight Tenpai. Both
That's
guaranteed,
true.
so it's going to be Hanemon, even though it's a called flush. But wait, 1, 2... 2 more 7-sos in the wall? A 1-7 when it was just drawn. 1 7-so in the wall, and 1 more draw. And go to draw Jeremy and Olsen Alexander are Tenpai. Blender, we don't have any rules specifically about counting the gap, so you should be fine. The thing is, whatever anyone writes in the chat, it's the player's responsibility to make sure they have enough points. So they shouldn't be relying on the chat anyhow, even with a 5-minute delay or whatever. So I think it's fine. You can type what you want as long as it's not offensive. Oh, the 4th was on the right. Gotcha. Thanks. Oh, it had been discarded. That's right. There was none in the wall. I was totally wrong. So in South already, this game is going much faster than the last game. All right. Okay. Amy's having a little bit of difficulties. She's not mad at me. It's not like she pieced out and said, "Jen, I'm never commentating with you again." It was just some internet troubles. But you still got me, and she'll be back momentarily. So we have just 1 away for Alexander there on the right. Christian across the way, 2 away. Still 2 away, but better shape now. Oh, one away now. Sorry about that. One away for Christian. And we have just one away as well for Valentine with this half flush. Maybe a Shosongen, because there are not many dragons out at all, and actually not many in anyone's hands either. All of these dragons are still in the wall. He does release the white dragon, but that is a lot of potential. Jeremy wants to play as efficient as possible and keep this dealership. He's going for just a 1,500 point hand right now. But that's enough when you're dealer. The problem is that now we already have a Tempai. And now we have two Tempais, one from Alexander waiting for the 4-pin and the 9 Mon and the Shaba wait. The pair wait. Excuse me. And the win goes, sorry, to Christian, who maximizes, I am like, sorry guys, it's really late. Takes an even bigger lead with that 2-5 weight manga on hand. It's going to be really tough for anyone to make a comeback now. Of course, Valentine has the best shot at it, starting with a positive score and still has a dealership. This is going to be Alexander's probably last chance to make a comeback, coming into this game in last place. And now in third place. Minus 12 on the board right now for Alexander. At this point, Christian is really going to try to just get quick wins and sort of use the strategy that Harrison was talking about in the last game. Probably try to end his own dealership as quickly as possible. Jeremy sort of needs to go for a big hand, but not a lot of options here.
Hi, sorry.
No worries. Going for an outside hand with a Dora. We have maybe North Chanta Dora.
It'd be nice if he could pick up the Sanshoku too.
I think it's going to be rough now that the North, his seat wind has paired up. Although you won't call it, I don't think, so it might turn into that. It's just so far away, and that's what happens when you're behind and you need to get points. And it's really hard to accumulate points in the South round. Oh, I guess I could put my name on there instead of Harrison's, huh?
Yeah, and it looks like in the time that I was gone, Jeremy also lost his second dealership, so now he really has to think about how to create value. Akanashi does not have... Oh, is this a deal-in? No, this is, it's gonna be a Shabo weight on the 7-so 9-pin. 9-pin actually doesn't look too bad. Unfortunately, Jeremy has both.
Valentine is Tempai waiting for the 3-6 Mon at the same time.
Jeremy is gonna toss out his North, so maybe this becomes Junchan.
Maybe that 4-so draw. The 4-so draw's okay now. It just got saved from Alexander's discard. But it looks like he's kind of just out. The 4-so is a great upgrade when you don't need points.
Yeah, that's true. I like the fight from Alexander here. I like that he's attempting to still reach up to get to a higher rank. First is not completely out of the question if he manages to Renchan multiple times. He would have to make a lot of work and then also push Christian and Valentine both very far down, but nothing is impossible until it is. Good pawn? No.
Yeah, thanks, Meridar. I noticed at the same time as you. My name wasn't on the screen. It's still Harrison. I'm not Harrison. I am Jen.
I'm surprised Christian did not want to pawn the 8-pin for Tempai, dropping the north, but maybe thinks it's too risky.
It's very late and doesn't need to really push against the dealer reach.
Jeremy, this is a good hand if you weren't trying to claw your value out of it.
I mean, I think we have to try and go for a closed flush and hope that those. And unfortunately, the green dragon is mochi mochi. But the white, I
Oh,
mean, not
there's
the
one
white.
of
Sorry,
it.
the north draw is awesome, and that's gonna give him a lot of false hope about that green dragon, I think.
I mean, to the player in the seat, it's not false hope because you can't see it yet, but is going to cut the 8-9. Interestingly enough, I may have cut the 1-9 pin, hedging for Manzu Honitsu. I know that the 6-7-8 in Sozu is completed, but the Manzu is the Dora suit, and so if you were trying to force significant value, that's where I would do it.
Alexander also has a pair of his Sea Wind and a pair of dragons.
Yeah, so Jeremy may be thinking, man, if I had held on to those 6-7 Manzu shapes, I could have Ipeiko, Honitsu in the Dora suit. But
I think it
in
might
this
have ended
case,
up being like all pairs in that case. Oh, Pon's the green dragon. Okay, wants to get as close as possible so that maybe a Yakumatsumo is viable. Still has 3 hands, so 3 Hanemon hands.
tough hands all around. So our dealer is Tempai for potential Sananko. Valentine is now Tempai. Rejects the 7-9 shape, which
I don't think
I
the
would
dealer
have
can
liked,
get
but
I think it's only going to be 2 Anko, even if he draws. Because he pawns the 4.
3-pin, kind of spicy for everyone, but it's all dead, so no possibility of drawing it from the wall. There's that 8-pin backfire, very unfortunate. Jeremy now is the only one not Tempai. And maybe has to fold out here. That 4-pin looks bad.
Yeah, he did skip the first green dragon, but welcome Edison out to the chat.
Southpawn. Gonna shove the 4-pin, passes this time.
Welcome to the chat. We're glad to have you here. This is the World Riichi League. All of these players played in live matches throughout the year, and this is their final from the 2025 season. It's a little bit late having this final table, but the World Riichi League is happening.
East.
It's happening right now in Europe and the US. So if you're interested, please look up World Riichi League and keep watching. Subscribe to the channel.
Sorry, there was a bit of a glitch with my audio. I wasn't aware you were talking.
There's a question in the chat, a new viewer asking what this league was about.
Welcome. Yeah. Oh, Shanghai East. I don't think you can push it here. I think you have to cut 9, so yep.
Kind of want to cut 6 so for the Chonta. Does it make a difference? Hatsu Honitsu would make it a Hanemon instead of a Mangan.
Oh. So I guess was a little too dangerous elsewhere, but very interesting. So Jeremy actually, if you look back in the VOD, had a chance to run Alexander for that 9 so. It was dropped when he was Tempai, I believe, but did not choose to do so. Not sure if it was missed or if he wasn't Tempai and I wasn't paying attention.
I can check my poor man's replay. I think I was also explaining the league. So yeah, it looks like it was Tempai.
Not sure why he didn't take it at that point. Maybe hoping to take a hit off of Christian only.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think that he's really aware of the point difference and thought that maybe it wasn't enough, but sometimes you just gotta take it and get as close as you can and aim for that Yakumon. And maybe he wanted a better spot. I think you can wait for those better spots when you have 4 games and it's maybe like the second game or the third game, but in the last, we only have 2 games here. In the last game, it's really rough to if someone is this as far ahead as Christian is.
Yeah, it's almost, I mean, no matter what you do when it's the last game, no matter if you've played 2, 3, 4 of them, the last game is always going to be the last game. So the stakes are always going to be high. Christian is 1 away on, and now Tempai chooses not to Riichi here. Or sorry, not 1 away. He was 2 away. Now 1 away.
And that's a winning tile, but no Yaku for Valentine.
Maybe looking for a Pinfu upgrade of some kind.
I think that is valid. I think you want the 8 mon and go for that 3-sided weight.
Another 2-5 draw? No. Maybe a Tanya shuffle here, or he was looking for Sanshoku originally in that 7-8-9, so maybe also didn't Riichi for that. And I think you just have to take Sumo here, right?
All right, we have a 30-10 reach. Trying to get some
2,
extra
5,
points
8.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is I think this is a really creative risk for Valentine. And this is the sort of thing that you have to do if you want to make a huge difference. His advantage is that he still has the last dealership. So he can
absolutely
try this out right here. And I'm a big fan of 30-10 reach personally.
I think it's a risk-reward type thing. He does reward himself with the Sumo there, but sometimes 30-10 reach is not worth it if you don't have a good weight. In this case, he does. It pays off. He manages to get some more points. I think this might be a quicker call hand for Valentine, just to try and wrench away a dealership from Christian, who is still very comfortably in first.
Do you know how WRL minors are calculated differently from majors for the year-long standings?
So this year, the 2026 season, it's your best cumulative streak of games. So in this case, the minor major differential is not actually as significant. I think whether you play in minors or majors, as long as you can rack up 16 games, then you'll have a chance at getting into the online finals in October in the US at least. So as far as I'm aware, the only difference is that minors are 4 games and 1 day, and majors are 8 games and 2 days.
All right, that's awesome because they're happening all over the country. So there's a lot of opportunities for people, even if they don't live, near the big cities. The main ones are generally like San Francisco and New York, and there's a lot more. Las Vegas happened last month, Texas, Oklahoma, all over the place. I think DC had one. Seattle's having one.
So Christian snuck into Tenpai, drawing the Hatsu Anko, did not Riichi, and Jeremy unfortunately deals in here. So now Jeremy really, unfortunately, might not have that shot anymore towards first place. Valentine still has a dealership, is going to be trying to claw more points away, but Christian here with a pair of Hatsu. Yeah, we're trying to make the season really accessible to people. We want to encourage people to come join in and test their luck and skill in this game, try to get themselves into the finals, right? And play similarly to this with some of the best players in their particular region. So if you're curious about the World Riichi League, there is the World Riichi League website somewhere, I believe, that has more information and also a list of your potentially local games that you can check out.
I'll post a link to it in a second here. And yes, Meridor, we understand about the difference that you're talking about. But one thing is, going for a Mangan or Hanemon in South 2 can still be really beneficial to get within that Yakuman range. It's very unlikely you'll get that Yakuman, but I think in this case, Jeremy might even have trouble with the Yakuman hand. So it's not always that you should just go again, just win directly off of the first place player in the South round. I understand the calculations, and I also know Jeremy is a very calculating player. But I think we're going to probably be going over these games in our review sessions, and we'll have a coach from Japan also going through them. So it should be really interesting analytics later.
Could be an 8-9 pin drop here. Is going to drop the 4 pin instead, maybe hedging more of a half flush situation, because double south half flush is Mangan. Jeremy did technically reach Tenpai, but is going to give it up there. Maybe fishing for Itsu, straight in Pinzu tiles. Our dealer is Tenpai again on 3-6 so. And Alexander at this point might be trying, so he's clearly pushing a little bit more for the half flush, but might be trying to leave potentially. Jeremy, that is a deal-in tile, but is going to escape. Oh, okay. Hold it.
All right, here's the link for worldriichleague.com, and also the World Riichi League events are open to everybody. There is a more sort of competitive atmosphere. So if you just want to play for fun or you're just learning, it might not be the best environment. But it's really great if you want to up your competition and play against some really strong players. And also the stakes are really high for these finals. The winner of this table gets a seat to the World Riichi Championship in 2028 in New York City. And those seats are hard to get.
Yeah, Christian widening the gap to try and ensure that he gets that seat. Valentine trying very hard to catch up if possible. Just kind of drawing in and out. Christian has been making very standard cuts for his hands, not really drawing too much to help support it, but let's see. Valentine has a pair of Shun, should be a call there to take it. Is now 1 away with good shapes. Christian had an interesting Chitoy route there, having drawn in the 4th pair, but rejects it, says, I don't want that. Is going to reject the 1 pin. Could be 1 pin here again. Throws 3. Maybe 1 mon to efficiency. Yeah, Valentine for sure looking for a relatively cheap hand here. Held onto that Dora for as long as possible to try and pair it up, but didn't get anything, so now going to move towards getting to Tempai. Not sure if Jeremy is just folding entirely. Valentine reaches Tempai here. On 6-9 so, which is no 6s left in the wall, but 2 9s in the wall. Could be... There's the half flush from Christian. And I think if you're Christian, you might be aware that Valentine is Tempai, but you kind of have to push anyways, although the 6 isn't a push that is safe.
Thank you, Blender. Yeah, those are all the World Riichi League event information. You can check the website for more details. Valentine pushes his score above 30k. Going into his dealership, actually just a dealer Mongon direct hit away from taking first place for this game over from Christian, and still a decent chance, especially since he came into this game positive.
Yeah, the gap between Valentine and Christian is only 15. So if he's able to take first, then I believe he will take first in...
I think it's about 20 coming in here. It was plus 36 and plus 14.
Oh, sorry, 20. Yeah, so if he's able to take a 10k first above Christian, then he could take the WRC seat.
And we saw, what, 5 continuances? 6 continuances in the last game, so it is not impossible. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Valentine really duking it out here.
Oh, I think they have extra time to do the calculations here in the last hand. So it's not frozen. They're taking their extra time. They get some extra thinking time. And I think it's sort of distributed. I'm not sure exactly how the time is worked out, but that's why I was afraid it was frozen for a second. Not frozen.
So Valentine hedging a Tonyo hand. There's no other value with a non-seat wind honor Dora, but you know, again, just keep wrench-honing and you will hopefully get to where you need to be.
You'll see Jeremy and Alexander working to not be the kingmaker, as Garth would say. You can't win unless your win will lock in those conditions that you're aiming for. But also you want to try and not affect the hands of the 2 players who are still going for it. And this is a really good chance for Valentine, because look at Christian's hand. It's not going to win anything. It actually was really close to a kokshi.
Yeah, I thought there was a hedge there for a second, but I think because his hand is so bad, he was just holding on to some tiles for safety so that he could, in fact, run away as Valentine reaches Tempai. So, Valentine going again, only 1,500 points in that previous hand, but now has another opportunity. Christian's hand looks a little bit better, more pinfu shaped. Potentially even Itsu if he stretches a little bit.
The big thing now is that Valentin is only any Hanemon gets him into first place for this game. So it's really not that far away.
Yeah, so Christian in that previous hand said, I don't have a fighting chance anyway, so I'll just let Valentin wrench on if that happens and try again. This hand, much more supportive. So is going to try and play for first by ending Valentin's dealership and the entire game with a winning hand of any kind, really. But definitely still conscientious of not dealing into Valentin. Don't want him to wrench on again if possible.
I think another reason why he started doing the outside tiles is because he didn't want to let Valentin call any more tiles in the last hand.
I believe so. Kokushi type hedge from Alexander, but probably also thought his hand was poor maybe and didn't want to push too hard. So Tenpai here is going to Riichi on the not Ipeco side, so not the double sequence, but higher win rate with the 6-9-8 three-sided weight.
And putting this pressure on Christian is so important. Christian can't afford to fold another hand or two before he has to start pushing back.
Absolutely. So could deal in on the 9 here. Maybe not.
It does!
Does, unfortunately.
The thing
So
is
that is
with
Riichi.
that 8, so it reached. Luckily for him, it wasn't very expensive.
Yeah, it is Riichi-no-mi, but Valentin gets to go again. Christian has a pair of Hatsu, so this would be a call and go if possible.
And now any dealer Mongon for Valentin will put the two players just about even.
Yeah, Valentin really chipping away at those points to try and shrink the gap of what's necessary for him to grab points and take first.
As was said earlier, Valentin not a newbie to the final tables. He was at the Vienna final table in 2022.
Valentin's hand this time does unfortunately look a bit slower, so this could be Christian's opportunity to try and take a quick hand if the Hatsu comes out. It's currently unseen, still in the wall somewhere, so there's also a chance for him to draw it himself.
Also, we should be seeing Jeremy and Christian, I'm not Christian, I'm sorry, Alexander squeezing those value tiles if they get them.
Yeah, and obviously also squeezing the Dora that they have.
Now, if we do see a reach from Christian at some point, if he ends up Tenpai without a Yaku and decides to reach, then we will see Valentin pushing. He really can't fold to it. There's the pawn.
There's pawn. This is one away with some very flexible shapes. So now it's on Alexander to not intentionally feed tiles, although at some point you just have to play the game, and if you deal tiles that feed, then you deal tiles that feed.
Valentin's gonna try and go for a Tanyao hand. So
yeah, really shoving those tiles.
Can't call that one.
Potential 7-8-9 Sanshoku maybe, which is another route to cheap win, but a win to continue renchoning for what could be a valuable hand at some point. Senpai. 1 4-pin.
Great job for Valentine, but still 1 away. The only good draw for this 1 away is the 8, so.
Yeah, because then it would be Riichi. Oh, there's a Tanya tile, so probably going to cut 7-9.
Looks much
There's
better
a deal-in tile on the 1 4-pin, but it shouldn't come out of Jeremy's hand at this point. I think maybe the Tuso? 7-mon also.
Problem with Jeremy's hand is he has so many pairs that it's going to be hard to find safe tiles very soon.
Yeah. One of the benefits of pairs is that if you cut one and it passes, then you have another one for the next turn, hopefully. But it also does mean that you are in danger more often than not. He's going to call here. But Christian sumos it away, and that is game.
That's it. Christian will represent at
the 2025.
Sorry, I wanted to check the country. What country is Christian from?
Yeah, Christian is going to be the 2025 European League representative from WRL to World Riichi Championship, WRC. That was really impressive all-around gameplay, very difficult for everyone. Valentine really brought it back in the end of that last game to try and fight. Christian got some great hands, and then Jeremy and Alexander did their best.
In the chat. Hi,
a couple deal-ins.
Congratulations, Christian! From the Netherlands, representing the Netherlands at the World Riichi Championship in New York City in 2028. And if you can't wait until 2028, or if you don't want to, and you shouldn't, we are having M-Leaguers in Las Vegas in 2026, just in a few weeks from now, in at the Luxor HyperX Arena at Luxor, 27th, 28th. This is open to everybody. It's going to be a fan event. You don't have to, it's not a high level of competition necessarily, although there will be super strong players there and super famous players there. Yoshihiro Matsumoto from Abema's, Mari Takamiya from Mahjong Fight Club, Kotaro Uchikawa from X-Furin Kazan, Sayaka Okada from Segasami Phoenix. Sakura Knights.
Sakura Knights.
Kadokawa. It's Kadokawa Sakura Knights. Megumu Aikawa from Earth Jets. And Sho Shiratori also from the Shibuya Abemas. Yumi Otani, former member of the Segasami Phoenix. There it is. Hiroshi Yamai, the first ever world champion, 2014 in Paris. I will be there commentating. Ryoei Hirano will be there also playing and also helping out with communications for people to talk to these M-Leaguers. This is an opportunity you definitely will not want to miss. If you can make it to Las Vegas, you definitely want to be there. Much easier to get into than the WRC itself.
Yeah, and then also worth mentioning, Uchikawa is the WRC 2025 winner. So you'll have two winners from Hiroshi Yamai in 2014 and Kotaro Uchikawa from 2025. So your opportunity to meet these WRC legends in the US.
Actually, yeah, like all of these players, except for maybe Hirano and I, are legends. Like, Sho Shiratori is the current reigning champion of JPML A1 League, and it's the second year in a row that he's won it. He's reigning champion for 2 years now. Megumu Aikawa won the Women's League in NPM so many times that they said, all right, you are the eternal Women's League champion. Never play in this league again. We're going to let some other people win. Sayaka Okada, of course, has many wins to her name and is probably the most famous Mahjong player in the world right now. It's kind of amazing that she's going to grace us with her presence. I'm not exaggerating here. Mari Takamiya, very close to Sayaka in popularity and Yoshihiro Matsumoto, one of the former Ryo champions, which is a tournament that I know is very popular in the US as well, the Ryosen, and also just won so many other things. Teammate of Sho Shiratori as well. So you definitely never want to miss this opportunity. And it's probably, I don't think we're going to be able to have something this big again for a long time. This is a really sort of celebratory event. After Vegas, we'll be heading over to New York City. I think New York City might be just about sold out, right? It's
New York City is almost sold out. That is correct. There's only a few seats left, I believe, for one of the events. I think one of them is sold out. So your opportunity for New York is running away quickly.
For both events. Of course, the after hours for Las Vegas is sold out. There's a waiting list, but the tournament is still open, and there's so much stuff you're getting in this tournament. 6 tables, auto tables up for grabs, top 3 performers, and also 2 raffles. So you could be in last place and still go home with an auto table, which is just crazy. And it's the biggest reason why I'm sad I'm not playing, because I want to go home with an auto table. But we will be streaming it. I will be commentating. Also, we'll have exhibition matches in New York City with M-Leaguers and World Riichi Pros, which is also going to be crazy awesome.
Yeah, some really cool stuff in Vegas as well. They'll have the pop-up shop, which was announced relatively recently. So exclusive M-League merch coming to the United States. So you can get it for non-shipping tariffs prices, and there's some really cute stuff going on in there. I believe all of this is posted on the World Riichi Twitter account, the X account. So you can take a peek over there for everything that you could win and buy. Yeah, really excited to see some of that coming over to the States.
The cool thing about the pop-up shop is they have certain merchandise that you cannot get in Tokyo. You can only get in Osaka, and you can only get in Nagoya. You can only get in Fukuoka. We have some of those things that are all going to be sold in one place, which does not happen in Japan. All 6 of these pros together does not happen in Japan, especially with Uotani and Yamai there. And Shigekazu Moriyama, the president of JPML, which is, he's like, I just can't even describe in words how like much of the mahjong that we know today is thanks to Moriyama. It's kind of insane. So
yeah, he just haunts the narrative. He's everywhere all the time. Even if you aren't consciously thinking about him, he's over there observing you from
haunting
the shadows.
He haunts my dreams often. All right, and that will be it for us today. Congratulations, Christian, to represent the Netherlands in the WRC 2028 in New York City. Amazing. And yeah, great play at the end to hold on to that lead and not take any unnecessary risks. Amazing job.
And then, so that's it for the EuroLeague finals, and that is it for me, but Jen should be back later today. We will also be streaming the American finals that are going on right now. We'll be streaming the semifinal and final tables for the American finals as well, and you'll see a lot of players that you may have seen at Sparrow's Nest, WRLs, or at other U.S. tournaments. These are some big names, big swingers, big players, big, fantastic moves from everyone. So we'll hopefully see you in a couple of hours with our other commentators.
Yep, we have Nate and Korak coming in, and it's going to be a great preview for the World Riichi Pros that you're going to see playing in the exhibition matches and also in Vegas. All right. Thank you, Amy, so much for coming in. Always love your commentary, and you always keep us on track when the rest of us like to get sidetracked. Always keep it on the mahjong. I really appreciate it. And we will be back in a little bit for Amy and Harrison. I'm Jen, and we will see you in a little bit. We're going to stop the stream and restart it with the US stream in a little bit.
Don't forget to like, subscribe to make sure you tune in for those American games.
Yeah, we only have 14 likes, and that's sad to me. All right, see you guys in a little bit.